levies on Chinese goods to 145%. Tesla has stopped taking orders in China for its Model S and Model X vehicles due to escalating trade tensions. The company's Shanghai factory only makes Model 3 and Model Y cars, while the Model S and X, the ones that it's stopping, are imported from the U.S. and subject to increased tariffs. House Republicans narrowly passed a budget outline paving the way for a tax cut package. It would cut taxes by up to $5.3 trillion over a decade and raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion in exchange for $4 billion in spending cuts. However, conservative hardliners want to trim $2 trillion in spending, which may require curbing social programs. And that's your brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Appreciate it. More from Danny later this hour. Up next on the program, China striking back.
We'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. I have great respect for President Xi, and I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries.
That deal doesn't look close this morning. Up next, The View from Europe. We'll catch up with the German finance minister. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning. China retaliates this morning, 125% tariffs on U.S. goods. Your equity market, wild week for stocks. On the S&P 500, positive by 0.6%. On the Nasdaq, up by 0.6% on the session so far. The next stop, the banks later this hour, a report from JP Morgan. Turn to the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year. 30-year yields in the spotlight, a move of more than 40 basis points on the week this morning, 482.53. Lisa mentioned that note from Michael Hartnett and Bank of America. This quote in that note: Musk owned the long end in Q1, but now the long end owns Trump. 482.53 this morning. And that comes even with this move in foreign exchange. Euro dollar, a 2-day move of almost 4%, the biggest 2-day move going back to 2009. Euro dollar this morning, 113.73. Under surveillance this morning, China striking back.
We'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. We're resetting the table. And I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries.
So here's the latest this morning. China retaliating with 125% tariffs on all U.S. goods after the White House clarified levies on Chinese goods rose to 145%. China saying it will ignore further increases coming out of Washington. Joining us from Washington right now is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, it does not look like China's coming to the table.
Yeah. Hey, John. Good morning. No, at this moment, it doesn't. And President Trump, while he's trying to strike that optimistic tone when it comes to a potential trade deal with China, he does say that he's still waiting on Beijing's call. And now Bloomberg Economics estimates that a 100% tariff on Chinese goods would virtually halt all U.S. imports from Beijing over the medium term, let alone the now 145% levy that we're seeing. We should say that that is a 125% tariff stacked on top of that 20% tariff that went in against Beijing back in February over those alleged concerns when it comes to fentanyl trafficking. Now, of course, all this contributing to the concern in the markets, as you know, with President Trump reiterating yesterday that there is going to be some, quote, transition costs for long-term gain. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent really downplaying investors' concerns, calling yesterday's market moves not unusual and vowing that there will be certainty in the next 90 days. But, of course, the issue is that there is so much uncertainty, particularly when it comes to the future of a trade deal with China. And when it comes to the other more than 75 countries that this White House says have reached out to try to strike a deal, NEC Director Kevin Hassett yesterday actually narrowed that number in scope. He said that the White House is approaching about 20 countries that have put forward deals that he characterized as sensible. And, John, I actually had the chance to catch up with the NEC director yesterday at the White House, and while officials keep pointing us to those non-tariff barriers that we often hear about, like regulations and taxes, he also told me that military matters, like U.S. defense spending abroad, could make their way into the deals that we end up seeing. And John, as you know, this White House is now really trying to push that this is about economic security, but also national security as well, which is often related to our competition with China.
Tyler, thank you. Tyler Kendall down in Washington. More from Tyler later on this morning. That's the relationship between the United States and the Chinese. Let's talk about the Europeans. Stuck somewhere between a rock and a hard place right now. Bloomberg's Ollie Crook joins us with a special guest. Good morning, Ollie.
That's right, Jonathan. I'm here in Warsaw at the sidelines of the finance ministers meeting where European finance ministers are really trying to devise a response to the Trump administration. I'm very pleased to be joined by a man at the center of that conversation, Juri Kukis. He is Germany's finance minister. Thank you so much, Minister, for speaking to us today. We heard from Ursula von der Leyen today. We still know that the Europeans want a negotiated outcome. She's calling for a completely balanced deal between the EU and the United States. What does a completely balanced deal look like?
Well, I think the European Commission made it very clear that the best solution is to reduce all tariffs to zero. And I think that is what complete balance means. If we go 0-0, then we no longer have to debate around asymmetries of who's levying the higher tariffs.
And as you know, the Trump administration is really focused on this concept of non-tariff barriers, very abstract concept, could target VAT, food standard regulations, tech regulation, those sorts of things. Is it appropriate for that to be on the table in these discussions? Is it appropriate for D.C. to legislate Europe from there?
Well, certainly the allegation that the European VAT system in any way, shape or form distorts trade is wrong. That we will categorically push back on, because everyone pays the same VAT. That's the difference between a VAT and a tariff. So European companies pay VAT, US company pays a VAT, just like everyone in the United States pays a sales tax. So that is certainly something that we do not accept. What I do think offers room for negotiation, for example, the automotive industry has proposed standardization and homologization, i.e. that if you have license to operate a car in the United States, whether it's built by an American company or a European company or a Japanese company, it also has the right to operate in the European Union and vice versa. So if we build a car in Europe, it has a license there, it can drive in the United States, and that would increase the economies of scale for both of our automotive industries and be mutually beneficial. So those things are absolutely, from our view, possible and doable and should be debated.
And on the question of possible retaliation, it seems that the markets are pushing Trump towards a sort of softer stance. That, of course, could change. What do you see as the greatest points of leverage that Europeans have in order to retaliate against the United States?
Well, the Europeans have a market of 450 consumers of goods and services. I think we have to balance the debate, because while, yes, the European Union has a trade surplus on goods, the United States has a trade surplus on services. Net, the overshoot of one over the other is only about 3% of aggregate trade. So in that sense, we have to discuss both the goods side and the services side together.
So specifically, what measures are you looking at in terms of targeting services?
Well, I mean, the Commission proposal for the steel and aluminum sector, I think, was very well balanced and took into account the products where we can substitute easily, and if there are tariffs by products from other regions of the world. But, you know, the Commission has suspended those for now to leave room for negotiations. So for now, we have to worry less about retaliation and more about what a good trade deal could look like.
And within the markets, we've seen a flight from U.S. haven assets, from U.S. Treasuries. You sort of preside over the other great haven, the Bund. Do you think that the Bund could replace the U.S. Treasury, or to a certain measure?
Well, I think the European Union now has a chance, and the Eurozone has a chance, to give stronger weight to the euro in global trade. For that, we would need an initiative from Europe to reach out to other regions of the world to speed up the conclusion of free trade agreements. For example, Mercosur is on the table. It's already signed. There's far-reaching negotiations already with Indonesia, with India, with Malaysia, with many regions of the world where there are negotiations. Those should be accelerated. We should start by lowering tariffs and then get into proper free trade agreements. And that would strengthen the role of the euro.
And on that point, we saw Pedro Sanchez speaking today in Beijing alongside Xi Jinping. Does all of this activity from the United States push Europe closer to China?
No, I don't think that has, I mean, we've been discussing the relationship and the strategy with respect to China for a long time. The fact is, the United States has just replaced China as Germany's big trade partner. Germany is now exporting more goods and services to the country we're in, namely Poland, than to China. So in that sense, the diversification of trade has already been going on for a while, and it's likely to continue because we are seeing that due to the Chinese strategy of China 2025, dual circulation, etc., it's getting harder and harder for German companies to follow the classic model of building in Germany and exporting to China.
And a final question on that. The euro opened yesterday at 109. We broke through 114 today. There's been a huge surging in the euro. That is going to make it also very difficult to prevent goods from China to come into the European market. What are you doing to prevent that? Do you need to erect more trade barriers against China?
Well, first of all, on the euro, of course, we're concerned about volatility in markets. So far, the markets are behaving in an orderly fashion. We've first seen a strengthening of the dollar relative to the euro over the past months, and now the euro is recovering and even going into positive territory relative to, for example, the time of the U.S. election. So in that sense, we're watching markets carefully, but we don't see anything disorderly or the markets are functioning very well. On the discussion on China, of course, you can take the example of the automotive sector, the battery electric vehicles, where the European Union has made decisions and is now negotiating with China. And one of the elements on the table, of course, is level playing field. And Europe rightly insists on a level playing field, and that has to be satisfied, and we cannot accept unlevel playing fields.
Well, Jürgen Kukis, thank you so much. That was the finance minister of Germany here speaking on the sidelines of the finance ministers meeting here in Warsaw. John, I'll send it back to you.
Ollie, great work. Thank you, buddy. As always, Ollie Crook there with the German finance minister, using our favourite line, when in doubt, we're watching markets carefully. Up next on the programme, Gerard Cassidy of RBC looking ahead to bank earnings. BlackRock just coming out. Flows disappointing. Larry Fink comparing this period to periods like the financial crisis, COVID, and surging inflation back in 2022. From New York City, this is Bloomberg. This week is not over yet. I know it doesn't feel like it, but on the week so far, we're higher by 3.8% on the S&P 500 through Thursday's close. On course for the biggest weekly gain of 2025. Certainly does not feel like it. Futures up again this morning by 0.9%. On the Nasdaq 100 up by 1 percentage point. 3 hours away from that opening bell. Let's get to your morning movers with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. I'm starting with that outperformance in tech because we are seeing Google shares in the pre-market up 1.4%. It does almost feel like a project in futility to try to assign the exact reason that Alphabet is up. But I will point out the Mag 7 falling 5% yesterday. So there could just be some element of rebound when this thing starts to trade like a penny stock. But I would also point out that the information reporting this morning that Google is laying off hundreds of employees in its Android and Pixel units. Big changes maybe to come for big tech. Dan Ives writing that the tariffs rip out the heart and lungs of the supply chain for these companies, and AI and cloud spending may drop 10 to 15%. We're also seeing on the move this morning BlackRock reporting its earnings. It actually was lower. It's now moved to unchanged this morning, missing on flows. We did also see them miss on profit, too. And, of course, the quarter doesn't even capture the onset of tariffs. We heard from Larry Fink saying that uncertainty and anxiety is gripping client conversations, lightening the period to the great financial crisis, COVID, and the inflation pickup of 2022. Finally, just want to show you a price check on JP Morgan just to see where we stand ahead of the earnings. Those shares are moving higher, 1.3%. So in about 30 minutes time, we'll get JP Morgan alongside Wells Fargo. And then 30 minutes after that, Morgan Stanley. John.
Danny, looking forward to it. Thank you. Danny Berger there. On some of the things to watch this morning, on our radar this morning, China raising tariffs on all U.S. goods to 125% and saying it plans to ignore any further tariff hikes announced by Trump. The move coming after the White House clarified that levies on Chinese goods, Lisa, are now at 145%.
That's higher than on Liberation Day, and the fact that it took them a while to even come up with what the calculation was gives you a sense of just how much uncertainty there is. Right now, there is a shift in the dynamic. It seems very difficult to see China calling that phone that Trump is waiting by to get that call from Xi Jinping. Now the question is, how feasible is some sort of decoupling, and whether China is taking other tactics like selling treasuries?
And they're throwing gasoline on the fire when it comes to the rhetoric, let alone you think Xi Jinping's going to pick up the phone. They said it's become a joke when it comes to these tariff rates, which is why they said even if the United States hits back, we're probably going to leave it here. But Trump has been very gracious about Xi Jinping himself and saying if he does call, I am going to welcome that call. The issue is, what is the off-ramp right now for both Washington and Beijing? There doesn't seem to be one.
Still waiting for the European move as well. We had the German perspective about 5 minutes ago. This is the Spanish perspective. Spain's Prime Minister repeating calls for the EU to deepen ties with China, following a meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. This coming after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned the EU against pivoting towards China and away from the United States.
Scott Bessent actually has some sharp words saying that would be cutting your own throat. And what the Treasury Secretary has talked about is actually doing deals with all the trading partners and then collectively approach China and try to go after some of the things China does, like subsidies, like dumping on foreign markets, like pushing down their currency, making it much easier to trade, things that they're doing that, frankly, no other trading partners are doing, which is why Donald Trump has a huge problem when it comes to Xi Jinping. But when it comes to Spain, this is what makes the European Union so difficult. Pedro Sanchez, this is his third visit, I believe, in 2 years to Beijing. And on this visit, he's saying that the U.S. levies are unjustified, unjust, and harmful for everyone. I wonder what his conversations are looking like in Beijing about their unjustifiable trade.
I'd love to be on a fly on the wall, just to see if that is being pushed by the Spanish at all. You're seeing a rapid series of diplomatic visits from a range of countries. Mexico's having its say. A Mexican trade official saying the country wants a greater proportion of each auto built there to qualify for U.S. origin status. The move would temper the impact of Trump's tariffs on one of Mexico's most important exports.
So they're looking for exemptions. They're looking for carve-outs. They're trying to figure out how to get their iron in the fire here, which just highlights how difficult these negotiations are going to be on a country-by-country basis. It is complicated by the fact that right now the administration, I believe, is looking at suing Mexico for not providing and stealing water from Texas, according to the rhetoric coming out of there. So those tensions aren't over. What this highlights to me is that in these 90 days, there is a lot of work to do, and it's hard to see how it all can get done smoothly, easily, with concrete deals.
Let's see how smooth the next 15 minutes are. Equity futures positive by 0.9% in just a moment. Numbers from JP Morgan and Wells Fargo as we await first quarter results from the big banks on Wall Street. Joining us now, Gerard Cassidy of RBC. Gerard, welcome to the program, sir. What an unusual reporting season for the banks on Wall Street. What are you expecting to hear in a few moments' time?
John, that was an understatement about how unusual this reporting season will be, because it's a tale of two cities. The actual quarterly numbers, just very briefly looked at Bank of New York. They just hit the tape. Looks like they beat expectations on the bottom line. But you bring up a good point, because what we're likely to see is the first quarter numbers, especially for January and February, were actually pretty good for the banking industry. It was really March, and then, of course, here in April has been very disruptive. So what we're expecting is that we're going to see decent, good numbers in the first quarter for most of the banking services, particularly trading for the big investment banks. Investment banking revenues are expected to be down year over year. But more importantly, it's what they're going to talk about in the future, John. That's, what do we expect for the rest of the year? And that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, Bank of New York, since you just mentioned them, they did see a real boon from what we saw with net interest income because of their reinvestment in higher income-producing instruments. This doesn't seem like a main story for the rest of the banks. The main story is going to be about loan loss provisions. It's going to be around mergers and acquisitions and how much that continues. And it's going to be around just how much they are expecting and preparing for a recession. Gerard, are we expecting to hear anything concretely that gives us a sense of just how much some of these banks are preparing for that?
It's going to be interesting, because the net interest income number that you just referred to for Bank of New York, that is very favorable for all the banks, particularly the regional banks, since the majority of their revenue, of course, comes from the net interest income line, which is what they generate from their earning asset yields less their funding costs. And that's the key. Remember, the so-called back book, those are the loans and the securities purchased 3, 4, or 5 years ago, they're being reinvested at higher yields, and their funding costs are coming down. So that bodes well. But you touched on something important, which is the loan loss provision or credit. Under the current accounting standards, as the economy or the expectation that the economy is going to deteriorate, you've got to build up your reserves. And we expect that to be the case in this quarter for all the banks. But there's no credit deterioration that they're seeing. It's an accounting procedure that they have to start building up those reserves. So those will be two key numbers for all the banks, even the large money center banks.
Let's bring Shonali Basak into the conversation as well. Shonali, welcome to the programme. As always, a big moment for the big banks, but it feels bigger this time. We heard from Jamie Dimon already so far this week, and he appeared to play a key role in that 90-day pause that we eventually heard from President Trump.
Yeah, when there's crisis, of course, Jamie Dimon is a front and center. And you remember when things get tough, J.P. Morgan has benefited in large ways. I'm reading our own Top Live blog now in preparation for these earnings, just, that drum beat. And you remember during COVID and during the banking crisis, J.P. Morgan was able to make out very well, take on teams, buy a bank. And so in this instance, what's interesting to me is the estimates right now for trading revenue alone, speaking to Gerard's point about how well they're supposed to do, is supposed to be almost $2 billion more than the prior quarter. That's how much more they're supposed to gain. Now, even in the last 4 quarters, John, you've seen their average loans rise at a smaller pace. So in addition to loan losses, I'm watching how much they're actually lending in this environment. We also get University of Michigan sentiment later today. Are consumers willing to take on loans? We know businesses more recently have not been able to.
Shonali Basak on the latest. Shonali, we'll cross over to you in just a moment when those numbers drop in the next few minutes. I want to come back to you, Gerard, and just get your thoughts on Jamie Dimon and the CEOs on Wall Street more broadly. Are you expecting an unvarnished view of what they think is going on right now, or do you expect them to take a more diplomatic approach, worried about how that might turn out with the administration in weeks and months to come?
I think the way Jamie Dimon presents his thinking and what's going on is very realistic and straightforward. You could call it unvarnished, but I think he's very good at telling everyone the way it is, the way he and what his expectations are. So he's not going to sugarcoat it or candy coat it. Nor will I don't think any of the other CEOs. That they'll be very practical and straightforward about what they're seeing, what their business customers are telling them about their borrowing needs, and what the opportunity is for loan growth. That's going to be another big topic. Is we expect the loan growth numbers to be much slower than what we all thought in January.
It's the real-time data we need right now. Gerard Cassidy of RBC, stay closer. In the pre-market, JP Morgan higher by something like 1%, 2%. Lisa, we can't depend on economic data at the moment. People say it's dated. This is a real-time look at the U.S. economy coming from the bank CEOs over the next hour that I think is so important in a moment like this.
How much are they preparing for some sort of recession by building reserves, even without any visible deterioration in credit loan losses? How much are they discounting the resurrection of all of those mergers and acquisitions that we were supposed to get? Are those off the table now? And just how much are they preparing for bad times ahead, especially given that the source of volatility is in the safe asset, the Treasury market?
Earnings season kicking off on Wall Street. Equity futures up by 0.8%. With an update on stories elsewhere, with your Bloomberg Brief is Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Bank of New York Mellon saw a 6% increase in the first quarter revenue and a 21% profit jump. But the results don't factor in recent market turmoil caused by President Trump's tariff rollout. The bank warned of an uncertain outlook ahead as it undergoes a continued cost-cutting overhaul. Elsewhere, Mexico is vying to protect its auto shipments to the U.S. in the wake of President Trump's 25% tariffs on cars. A trade official says that the country is looking for ways to move parts of the production process to the U.S. to increase the deduction. He said Mexico's goal is to have one of the lowest tariff rates of any country in the market. In Europe, leaders are reportedly planning a trip to Beijing for a summit with President Xi in late July. The South China Morning Post says that the trip indicates a serious effort from the EU to re-engage with Beijing. The U.S. and China are also starting talks to end the EU's duties on EVs from China amid tensions with the U.S. over tariffs. And that's your brief, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Danny Berger there with the latest. Up next on the programme, earnings season kicks off on Wall Street.
Investors were starting to worry about recession rather than just a slowdown in activity levels. And so how they frame that in terms of preparedness, having the earnings power to protect their capital, that's what the market sort of needs to hear.
In just a moment on this program, numbers from JP Morgan, reaction from Gerard Cassidy of RBC, and Sonali Basak will break it down. From New York, this is Bloomberg. Just seconds away from numbers from JP Morgan and Wells Fargo. Can the earnings from the big banks improve the mood on Wall Street? Equity futures at the moment positive by 0.7% on the S&P. Under surveillance this morning, earnings season kicks off on Wall Street.
The whole capital markets renaissance is just not quite happening. But trading, as you can imagine, given all this volatility, trading could be lights out for this quarter. The reaction of banks really told me that investors were starting to worry about recession rather than just a slowdown in activity levels. And so how they frame that in terms of preparedness, having the earnings power to protect their capital, that's what the market sort of needs to hear.
Numbers from Wells Fargo just crossing. To break it down, here's Sonali Basak. Hey, Sonali.
John, we're taking a look at Wells Fargo coming through. And of course, in addition to looking at the loan loss provisions, we are looking to see how their return on equity is. Their net interest income is holding in at $11.5 billion. Now, that is less than expected. That sets the tone, doesn't it, for the rest of the bank earnings season, particularly for the many, many regionals that are going to look at potential lending income under pressure. You are not seeing shares reacting, but remember, Wells Fargo did fall more than, for example, JP Morgan has this year. JP Morgan only seeing a decline of roughly 5% on the year. We are, however, also seeing JP Morgan numbers coming in. We'll also give you the guidance. We are watching guidance closely from these banks. Wells Fargo still sees full year net interest income growth to 1% to 3% higher. So that is a very promising sign coming from a bank where people have been somewhat concerned here about the trajectory of consumer lending.
So, Sonali, it's a miss on net interest income, but as you say, the guidance is still okay. It's difficult to guide in this moment. I would say it's difficult for analysts to even come up with an estimate for the first quarter, considering the warnings we had from elsewhere. As you say, Sonali, JP Morgan numbers out just as well. What do you see?
A few things. Provision for credit losses at $3.3 billion. We'll dig into that in just a moment here because that is a smidge higher than what we had been seeing analysts estimate. However, you are seeing the stock really shrug this off. You are seeing fixed income sales and trading revenue come in just a smidge below estimates here. But remember, this is where the trading estimates were estimated to be very high. You're seeing a net reserve build of almost $1 billion, around $973 million. Equities trading did come in above estimates, John. I think this is where things get really interesting here because remember, hedge funds did come into this year with near record high leverage, but a bank like JP Morgan, I would say for Morgan Stanley as well, captures the retail traders as well. JP Morgan in the last quarter coming out with even new ETFs to capture the volatility and maybe even a potential decline. So you could see JP Morgan in a scenario where they win if you do, they win if you don't. They can win in a lot of scenarios here. And certainly the stock up 2.5% pre-market. That's erasing almost half the losses for the year so far.
Sonali, can I just come back to you with another number and get your thoughts on this? The net reserve build of $973 million. How important is that this morning?
You know, when I'm sitting here, you could have expected it to be worse. You can expect that they would be building this, right? You saw Jamie Dimon's recession calls be more loud than normal. For him to come out on a television interview days before earnings, how rare is that, John? And you would expect more reserve build to be cautious. But that's what investors would want to see right now. Caution from the banks in the face of this uncertainty.
Well, this economy has bigger concerns than just bank earnings in the first quarter, that's for sure. Sonali, stay close. Let's go through these numbers. So the first quarter for Wells Fargo, net interest income coming in just below expectations. As Sonali pointed out, they still see growth for net interest income for the year ahead. That's positive, given the moment we're in at the moment. If you go to JP Morgan, this is what we've got for both fixed sales and trading revenue versus, say, equity. So equity sales and trading revenue coming in at $3.81 billion. The estimate was 3.18. So that's a big upside surprise. A little downside surprise on fixed sales and trading revenue. Lisa, we often talk about volatility, the good kind, and a bad kind. What did we get in the first quarter?
It seems like the volatility in stock trading was a good kind. The volatility in bond trading was the bad kind. And I guess if you talk about the whipsaws that we're seeing, this still is backward looking. So we shall see. Going forward, I think the most interesting aspects are some of the commentary that we're getting from Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan, when it comes to building reserves. It isn't as big as I would have expected, to be honest. You asked Shanali about the almost $1 billion of loan loss reserves. The commentary, though, suggests a greater degree of caution, with Jamie Dimon saying it's prudent to maintain excess capital and ample liquidity, echoing what he said in the letter, and saying that reserve build was largely driven by changes in the macro outlook, not necessarily by what they're seeing in terms of deterioration on the underlying loans.
The stock is up this morning. JP Morgan higher by 2.6%. Jared Cassidy of RBC is back with us. Jared, you've had a few minutes to go over them. What's your reaction?
John, the numbers are good in both cases, Wells Fargo and JP Morgan. What was very encouraging was Wells Fargo did not lower their net interest income guidance for the full year. The 1% to 3% growth that you guys just reported is what they said in the fourth quarter results. Also, what's interesting is the provision for loan losses at Wells Fargo was not that high relative to the prior quarter. It was below our expectations. Now, on the other hand, as you just pointed out, John, the provision from JP Morgan, over $3 billion, that was higher than expected. But what the numbers are showing us is that as these banks build up reserves, they're still beating bottom line numbers. And so that goes to show us the strength of these companies' revenues and their balance sheets. And as Jamie Dimon pointed out in the commentary, this is reserve building. It's not because there's credit deterioration today. As we were chatting a moment ago, this is for the accounting for reserves for potential future losses. And when the economy is weaker or expected to be weaker than expected earlier in the year, this is what they need to do.
Gerard, we're looking at a yield curve that's steepest going back to 2022. Yes, it's for all the wrong reasons and it's spooking the markets. But is this a positive thing for the banks that encourages your view, at least on their net interest income?
Very good point. When you think back, it's 20 years that we've seen the Fed funds rate above 3% with a positive slope to the curve. So even if the Fed cuts 2 or 3 times this year, if the 10-year stays over 4%, that type of interest rate environment with the positive slope is very positive for net interest income for all the banks.
How often have you seen this, Gerard, where the rhetoric is incredibly negative, but the actual numbers are not, both with respect to the credit build, the loan loss build, which is, yes, almost $1 billion for JP Morgan, but it could have been worse with Wells Fargo coming in below. How much does this resonate with another period versus really unique, where there really is a black box ahead of us?
Yeah. We're in uncharted territory because the new relatively new accounting came in on January of 2020. Now, granted, we had the pandemic and the banks had to rush to build reserves only to reverse them out in 21 and 2022, since the economy snapped back so quickly due to the government stimulus and the Federal Reserve actions during the pandemic. So this is the first real test of the new accounting, building up reserves. The idea was to get out and ahead of any credit issues. It's more pro-cyclical. The banks have been very critical of this reserve building methodology because it may force banks to pull back on lending. But right now, this is the first time we're really going through it. And as so far, the banks can handle the buildup in reserves due to the strength of the revenues and the interest rate environment they're working in.
Hey, Jared, hang tight. Just took another leg higher in the stock. JP Morgan up by 3.7%. Check out this headline. Shanali Basak has more. Hey, Shanali.
John, some things that I'm taking a look at here, of course, is exactly how much people are still borrowing at JP Morgan. You are seeing the consumer in good enough shape that the debit and credit card sales volume are actually up 7% year over year. And so things look pretty good in the face of what has been a very challenging environment. I would also say in the face of the volatility we've seen, and remember, this was the first quarter, they do still see full year net interest income about $94.5 billion. That's higher. That's actually $500 million higher than the previous estimate. So they're still expecting to make money on loans, and you are seeing it in the credit card books at JP Morgan. Last thing I'll say, I took a look inside their supplement at their value at risk, because in these markets, you take a look at how much these trading desks are getting stretched. Certainly it is higher, and it is meaningfully higher in the equities business and in the commodities business, partially as you'd expect, not yet in fixed income. My question for Jamie Dimon is how much risk is this bank willing to take on?
Sonali, thank you. Just a final word, Gerard. That was the headline I was looking for. Full year net interest income about $94.5 billion. They had seen about 94. What do you make of a headline like that in a moment like this?
John, that's actually positive for JP Morgan, because you might remember when they've talked about their net interest income numbers during a period of falling short-term interest rates, that kind of lowers their net interest income, because generally their duration is on the shorter side compared to some of their other peers. And so for them to come out and give that kind of guidance with the expectation that the short end of the curve is going to come down, again, is encouraging and positive. So when you wrap it all together, the numbers are good, as we expected. Nobody was expecting bad numbers on the first quarter, but the outlooks aren't as negative or threatening as maybe some people were expecting.
Jared, appreciate it. You're going to stick around, I know. We'll catch up with you when Morgan Stanley comes out. Jared Cassidy there of RBC. Elisa nailed it. The difference between the rhetoric and the actual numbers, that is a positive guide from JP Morgan.
Talking about net interest income, this goes to the upside of a positive yield curve. But all around, as much as they are preparing for possible negativity, there clearly is an eye toward not losing market share and having a very stable position heading into the next leg of turmoil. It is a different time than back in 2008, despite all the comparisons.
Stock is up by 3.7%. Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with Sarah Hunt of Alpine Saxon Woods, the U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright, Gerard Cassidy of RBC will be back with us for Morgan Stanley, and Greg Peters of PGIM, Fixed Income. From New York, the second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance. Up next.
Morocco has been developing into an industrial powerhouse. It's the leading car manufacturer in Africa, with facilities like this one Renault Group. Morocco can produce 37% of its energy from renewables, and it's a gateway to international markets with one of the busiest ports in the world. So whether it's made in Morocco, connected by Morocco, or powered in Morocco, it's Morocco now.
The U.S. is exceptional. Still the most dynamic economy, still the biggest financial market.
The outlook has been very, very bearish on U.S. equities.
Growth is still going to be at or close to flat for this year.
Whatever your economic assumptions were, they've got to be lower today.
We are far from out of the woods here. There is a slowdown coming in the economy.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Believe it or not, heading towards the biggest weekly gain of the year so far in the S&P 500. What a wild week it's been. Equity futures this morning positive again by 0.6% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100 higher by 0.7%, even with retaliation from China. It is so difficult to internalize these numbers now. China putting 125% tariffs on the US after the US put levies on China to 145. We need to focus on the banks this morning. This from JP Morgan. JP Morgan coming out with new guidance. Lisa, I think this is absolutely phenomenal. For a moment like this to come out and say, you know what, we'll raise our guide. 94.5 on net interest income. They had seen about 94.
This is a time where the rhetoric is this is a very turbulent economy, from deregulation, trade wars, let's raise our excess capital. This could be a real game changer. And by the way, our profitability is going up. Our net interest income, as you said, $94.5 billion versus $94 billion. It goes to this ultimate question. We are in a moment of catastrophic language and rhetoric and very hot tempers and very big threats and historic moves potentially. But at the end of the day, companies are doing pretty well, and banks are in a good position to absorb this and build capital. And this is the dissonance that a lot of investors are striking against.
That stock is up by 3.3% in the pre-market. Let's get to some of that language from Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan. Anne-Marie, he says it's prudent to maintain excess capital and ample liquidity in a moment like this.
So he doesn't say Trump by name in this statement, but he's talking about Trump in this statement. The economy is facing considerable turbulence, including geopolitics, with the potential positives, though, of tax reform, deregulation, there's negatives of tariffs, trade wars, ongoing sticky inflation, high fiscal deficits, and still rather high asset prices and volatility. A long list of worries, Jonathan, from all of these banks, especially Jamie Dimon, because of what's coming out of Washington, D.C.
Let's talk about a few of the words that came out of Washington yesterday. The President of the United States, there will be a transition cost and transition problems. Who's going to pay that price in the quarters to come?
It's a great question. This is the ultimate question. Is it going to be consumers? Which consumers? At the high end, maybe there is some capacity, but we have seen with Walmart, they're going to try to take share by absorbing those costs in their margins. This is the ultimate question. What does an adjustment period look like? What is on the other end? Because we still don't have a sense of what the goal is. Is it a full decoupling, or is it something that is a new rules of the game that is still at least playing the game?
Equity's pretty volatile this morning, as you might expect. Once again, equity futures this morning positive by 0.6%. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Sarah Hunt of Alpine Saxon Woods as China imposes 125% tariffs on U.S. goods. We'll speak to the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, on President Trump's push to drill, baby drill, and Greg Peters of PGIM Fixed Income as Treasuries start trading like risk assets. Bank earnings kicking off in the last hour. Bloomberg's Sonali Bassett can break it down. Hey, Sonali.
Good morning, John. You are seeing J.P. Morgan shares higher after they said that they expect more net interest income this year than earlier expected. They raised their projection for 2025 by about $500 million. And you also see provisions for loan losses coming in higher, though investors clearly shaking that off because J.P. Morgan tends to be conservative. Of course, Jamie Dimon all week has been warning of increased uncertainty in the macroeconomic environment. You also see Wells Fargo higher as well because they kept their net interest income guide stable. As Lisa has been mentioning all morning, you do still see a steeper yield curve. And from JP Morgan's numbers, you also see an inclination from customers to borrow, particularly those debit and credit card loans still up by 7% in the first quarter, even in the face of this uncertainty.
Sonali Bassett on the latest. More from Sonali later this morning, 7:30 Eastern Time. You'll hear from Morgan Stanley. This line from Jamie Dimon: we hope for the best, but prepare the firm for a wide range of possibilities and scenarios. That range of scenarios, incredibly wide. This is what Sarah Hunt of Alpine Saxon Woods has to say. The damage has been done, both to markets and to sentiment. Goes on to say, what we do know is that the uncertainty is likely to continue. Sarah joins us now for more. Sarah, good morning.
Good morning.
How much weight can you put on the guidance from the banks this morning?
Well, I think it's interesting that they're giving guidance at all, because I expected a lot more of a, not necessarily polling guidance, but a larger uncertainty. We were going to bracket things. So I think that there is a call to strength there that says, you know what, we see what's going on. We see what's going on in fixed income markets, and we see that this is actually going to be a decent year for us. And I think for the bigger banks, that's an easier thing to say than it is for some of the smaller banks.
Think how positive people were coming into 2025. Sentiment sky high, loan growth will improve, capital markets activity is going to be fantastic. Lisa was asking this question in the last 30 minutes or so. The capital markets activity now for the financials, delayed or derailed? Which one is it?
I'm going to say delayed. I don't think it's necessarily derailed. I think that ultimately, you know, what was interesting about the comments that you brought up earlier, Anne-Marie, was that in that long list were some of the things that are supposed to be positive, which is the deregulation and which is some of the mergers and acquisitions and stuff that we were talking about going into this. But the fact that the tariffs came so soon and the tariffs came so hot relative to what the expectations were, I think has got everybody losing sight of the fact that there may be other things. And I'm not sure any of us know exactly what that's going to be.
Is the market reacting to the hot rhetoric, or is the market reacting to market structure issues that are amplifying moves that are then causing people to, for lack of a better word, freak out?
So this is another problem where the answer is yes, because it's all the things, right? It's both they're reacting to the moves, and there have been some ongoing discussions about what's going on underneath the markets and whether there's anything going on within the structure of the Treasury basis trade, the FX markets. So I think that there's a combination of things where you get the first reaction on fundamentals, and then the second reaction comes from things that we're not necessarily able to see.
Where are we in that? I mean, is there a sense that there's something that just blew up, or there's something that's in the process of blowing up, and we're watching it and then creating a narrative around American exceptionalism around it, and then adding some talk about that, and everyone's running to the edges and just hiding? I mean, I'm trying to figure out the anatomy of what is going on after a really tumultuous couple of weeks.
I think that you are not the only one. I think all of us are trying to figure out what's been going on underneath the surface and or the size of some of these moves. how problematic that is, because so many firms have levered up more and more as we've had less volatility. And then you get volatility that is off the charts. And you have to think that there are some reactions to that. And some of those are going to be people making a lot of money, and some of them are going to be the opposite. And I don't think we have an understanding right now of which is the bigger piece of that, as money also moves out of the U.S. and goes to other places, which are smaller than the U.S., so therefore the effects are magnified. So I think that there are a lot of different parts of that equation, and I'm not sure that we're able to simultaneously solve it right now.
The Treasury Secretary said yesterday they're going to go through the queue when it comes to these deals they're making with other countries, and then there's going to be a period of, quote, great certainty after these 90 days. Is that what you expect, 90 days, and you get some certainty in the market?
I would love to see great certainty in 90 days. I'm not sure that you're going to get great certainty, because I think that as we go through all of these things, there's going to be continuous changes. So I think that if you take some of the uncertainty off the table, which we haven't yet at all, and I think that there was some expectation that once the announcements were made, that was going to be a catalyst in and of itself from an uncertainty standpoint, and all it's done is ratchet that up. So I think that there is going to be some, as you start to get deals through the pipeline and people start to understand what they are, I think that will help calm things down. But right now we're still in that phase where that hasn't happened yet, and I think that max uncertainty that we all keep hoping to get behind just continues on a daily basis.
The forward multiple on the S&P doesn't scream recession right now. Cameron Dawson made that point in the last hour. From your perspective, given the price move we've already seen, do you think we have the capacity to absorb bad news now, going into the next several months, where we might see some pretty big downside surprises on data?
Well, I think that we came into this year with the market at an even elevated multiple than it was right now. So is it back to a place where you can feel very comfortable with it? No, which is why I think that you've got risk to the upside and risk to the downside, because you get really good news and this market wants to take off. You get really bad news and we can say, the multiple's still expensive and it can still come down a little bit. I think that what we're looking for is a very choppy year, unfortunately, and some hope that as you get through some of these issues in terms of understanding what's going to happen, that people can start making decisions and that delayed economic activity doesn't accelerate too much.
So in the meantime, we just want somewhere to hide. Some people do anyway. Some people more aggressive than that. But if you want a tin hat and a rock to hide under right now, it's not the Treasury market. What is it?
It's not the Treasury market. It's some of the areas that have done fairly well in general recessions, those things like consumer staples, they got really, really cheap at the end of last year, and everybody was looking for more exciting things and more growth. And then you look at those multiples and you go, you know what, that's not so scary. Some of the defense stocks have gotten killed also. And so I think that there's some opportunity there. There are some places, even something like Walmart, look at the big banks. There are places where they can absorb it. I think the harder thing is going to be for smaller and mid-cap stocks, because the uncertainty is very high right now. And I think for them, it's much more difficult.
I want to sit on one point that you said and make this full circle. The big banks, coming into this year, a lot of people were really excited about them because of the growth in the economy that they were expecting, as well as deregulation wave. That's something that we heard from Jamie Dimon, that the deregulation is going to be a real positive. We also are seeing that steeper yield curve that could also benefit these banks. In some ways, are the banks a haven in good times and bad, given how much they've built capital and what a different position they're in now than pre-pandemic?
I think that it's a much different situation for them now. But I also think if you look back when all the technology stocks are outperforming, the banks are underperforming. So in good times, they tend to lag a little bit. And in bad times, I think people go, oh my goodness, there's a great business model. And we're all looking at cash flows. We're all looking at balance sheets again. All of those things become of utmost importance when you have this much volatility.
Can we finish on tech? What becomes of Apple if we don't get an exemption for that name? What happens to some of these companies?
I don't necessarily want to speculate on what happens to Apple if it doesn't get an exemption. I think that...
Is it that bad that you couldn't possibly even speculate?
Well, I mean, you can speculate, and you can say, well, if 90% of their phones are coming from here, then we lose X amount. I think the problem is it is such this goes back to those discussions in 2018 and 2019 that the tech stocks are actually staples of themselves, because are you going to live without an iPhone? And how many people are going to say, okay, now I'll just go back to the method of financing it that the phone companies used to do, and I won't buy it outright, so that $2,000 doesn't become as scary as $1,200. They're expensive things to start with. But I think that the ingrainedness of that technology into our lives is difficult to separate. So I don't know that for that reason it's as bad as it would be, because it's not a lot of speculative buyers of iPhones.
Sarah Hunt, appreciate it. of Alpine Saxon Woods. We did see some speculative buying of iPhones earlier this week, didn't we? Weren't they flooding the stores?
Yeah, well, and honestly, I think about that. My kids buy phones. It feels like speculative purchases. But also, India, the idea that they loaded up iPhones from India, put them in a plane, forget gold, iPhones are the new gold, and ship them over here gives you a sense of how people are preparing.
People have been flooding these Apple stores, stockpiling, not just iPhones, AirPods, iPads, everything. Get ahead of birthdays, holidays, because the price might be going up.
Buying iPhones off the back of a truck in a few months' time.
100%.
Just bring it back to the BlackBerry.
iPhone.
I just want a BlackBerry.
These are first world problems. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by 0.75%. With an update on stories elsewhere this morning, here's your Bloomberg Brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Let's just recap some of those bank earnings. JP Morgan shares in the pre-market up nearly 3%. Their stock traders taking in a record haul in the first quarter and raising its guidance on net interest income. But it did add more than 3 times of what was expected for its lost reserves. CEO Jamie Dimon saying it would be, quote, prudent to maintain excess capital and ample liquidity, noting that economic turbulence was there amid trade wars. Now for Wells Fargo, it did miss on net interest income. Shares are higher, though, 2.33%. Loan demand did remain soft. CEO Charlie Scharf said that the bank is preparing for a slower economic environment amid continued uncertainty and volatility, and that a timely resolution to the White House's trade action would be good for business, consumers, and the market. Elsewhere, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth plans to cut $5 billion in contracts as part of his partnership with Elon Musk's Doge efforts. The cut will target services, including consulting, impacting companies like Accenture, Booz Allen Hamilton, and Deloitte. Hegseth did not mention any termination costs, though, that might be associated with canceling those contracts. And that's your brief, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny later this hour. Numbers from Morgan Stanley dropping at 7:30 Eastern time, so about 17 minutes away. Up next on the programme, Beijing retaliates.
We'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. I have great respect for President Xi, and I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries.
In just a moment, we need to talk about commodities. Crude down since April 2nd by 16%. Up next, the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright from New York. Good morning.
Anyone who says they have certainty on where the growth outlook is going, where the tariff picture is going to settle, is probably exaggerating somewhat.
We just don't know yet what the impact will be.
Concern is that you need to see stability in the data. You need to see some level of clarity.
Macro volatility uncertainty will trump the deregulatory positive catalyst.
There's probably less than 3 people in the world that know exactly, what the future looks like.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Let's get you to the weekend. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Friday as U.S.-China relations sink to a new low.
China has a surplus of $1 trillion. I mean, the numbers are crazy. I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. I blame the people that were sitting at that desk in that other beautiful Oval Office for allowing it to happen. We'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal.
China isn't coming to the table this morning. The Nation raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125% after U.S. tariffs on China rose to a monster 145%. The policy volatility raising questions about America's safe haven status, investors confronting an ugly combination of higher bond yields and a weaker dollar. Evercore's Krishna Gua writing this: there are only 4 other episodes in the last 30 years in which the dollar depreciated more than 1.5%, with the 30-year bond yield up by more than 10 basis points. The last 24 hours, stocks down, yields up, dollar weaker.
We may look back on the past 2 weeks as the most consequential in modern financial history in terms of a reordering of global affairs, or we may be looking at something that is highly technical that we give a very dramatic narrative to. The difficulty here is how much is what we're seeing a decoupling in financial markets between the rest of the world and the U.S., and how much is things like China selling treasuries, like basis trade unwinds, and like people who don't like uncertainty and are simply boycotting this market.
Very difficult to keep up with what's going on. So if you're just waking up this morning, welcome to the program. We've got some new numbers. 125% tariffs on US goods. 145 is the number that the White House clarified on Chinese goods just yesterday.
So if you're looking at this, you're thinking basically this is U.S. and China decoupling from each other. The Chinese finance ministry came out and said, given that American goods are no longer marketable in China under the current tariff rates, if the U.S. further raises tariffs on Chinese exports, China will disregard such measures. So it does feel like this is the top of the tariff rate between both countries. But what is the off-ramp, especially when the Commerce Ministry out of China is throwing in some shade and some hot rhetoric and saying basically it's become a joke?
We need some guidance. Will we get it? Later on this morning, later this hour, we should get numbers from both JP Morgan and Wells Fargo. Later on this morning, Morgan Stanley at 7:30. What kind of guidance can the banks offer us this morning?
Very little. It's going to be really a dark cloud. There are some things that we could learn. Number one, how much are they increasing their provisions for loan losses? That will be very key. How much are they torpedoing the chance of some sort of resurrection of a wave of mergers and acquisitions? Have the deals that have been put on pause been altogether canceled in light of some of the uncertainty? And just how much are they benefiting from the trading regime, especially in an area where we do potentially see deregulation? These are all things they maybe can give us guidance on. What you do with that guidance, good luck.
Futures up this morning by 0.6%. In the FX market, some major moves. Euro dollar in the last two sessions, a 4 percentage point plus move on euro dollar. If we closed here right now for that currency pair, the biggest two-day move on euro dollar going back to March 2009. Euro dollar 113.58. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth, seeing more volatility ahead. The German finance minister joins us as EU leaders meet in Warsaw, and we'll catch up with Jared Cassidy of RBC as big bank earnings kick off later this hour. We begin this hour with US-China trade tensions sinking to a new low. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth writing the following. We continue to think that volatility is here to stay, with the tariff reality creating non-linear risks to growth. Bond market volatility likely keeps equity market volatility heightened. Cameron joins us now for more. Cameron, good to see you.
Good to see you.
It doesn't feel like the best performing week of the year for the S&P 500, does it?
Not at all.
What do you make of this chaos?
Yeah. So we think that there are certainly signs that liquidity is tightening throughout FX and fixed income markets, which just means that it keeps the volatility heightened. If this was Icarus flying close to the sun, the wax certainly started to melt on the wings on Tuesday night when we saw the bond market gap out and yields really spike higher. Now it's spreading into FX markets, which just suggests to us that liquidity is leaving this market, and we cannot rule out that these big moves continue.
Can we just sit on that relationship between bonds and foreign exchange? How unusual is it to see moves of 40 basis points plus on a 30-year yield in a week, and to see the dollar down at the same time by something like 3%?
It's extraordinarily unusual, and it calls into the question why. There was a great article in the Bloomberg this morning talking about how people are thinking that maybe there is Chinese selling, even though there's not a lot of hard evidence for it. The thing we ask is that if you think a big whale, a big owner of an asset is selling, does that mean that you try to get ahead of it and sell before they sell, which just creates this self-fulfilling prophecy of higher volatility and the risk that you have these yields continue to back up even higher?
Well, the reason why people were looking at this in part was also because we had a 10-year and then a 30-year bond auction. A lot of people were saying potentially these would fail. They did the exact opposite. They did really well. There was a record amount of indirect bidders. And then the sell-off continued, which raised questions about whether there were different buyer bases, what's going on. At what point will you see stability enough for you to be a buyer?
Yeah. So eventually when yields get high enough, it draws you in because it allows you to be able to offset some of the price decline. You know, we've been seeing things like in the muni market. The muni market had its worst day in 30 years on Monday. And then it had one of its best days yesterday. So you have all of these flip-flops within the volatility and the price action of markets that we say when we look at munis, we'll step into that because if you can buy and hold, then certainly you can tolerate some of this volatility. But if you're trying to trade treasuries, good luck.
This has been a week of psychology on every front. You've been traveling around the country, getting a real lesson in psychology on all fronts, I'm sure. How bearish are the clients who you meet with at a time where Michael Hartnett of Bank of America is coming out and saying that right now many investors are talking about 4,000 on the S&P and just have this incredible feeling of negativity?
We're starting to see some of the optimism begin to fray. One of the things that's been the most surprising is just how resilient investor optimism has been through all of this volatility. The buy the dip mentality, we still saw really strong inflows on big down days. Maybe some of that is starting to wane. We can measure it by looking at the AAII equity allocations. It began the year at about 69%. It's at 66% today. At the lows in 2022, it got to about 62%. So people are still pretty all in on equities, which just means that they haven't thrown in the towel. And usually we see equity allocations bottom as the market bottoms, which is one consistent thing.
Do clients think that Trump will step in?
I think that given the moves on Wednesday, was it Wednesday? Given the moves on Wednesday, what you've created this environment is that you have a two-sided risk. You have the risk to the downside that this could all cascade further lower, but then you have the risk to the upside that you can have a 9-10% move in markets just because of one person changing their mind.
So when it comes to what do you do in this environment, are long-term treasuries even a hedge anymore?
It's a very, very interesting question. We think that eventually, if you see growth start to weaken, meaning economic surprises turn significantly lower, that treasuries will be a hedge because you have the flight to safety and don't rule out the Fed with quantitative easing. The challenge is you're probably unlikely to get hard data to weaken as much in order to draw people into this market, and also to get the Fed to move, at least in the next month. We think we're in that Wile E. Coyote kind of environment where hard data is still resilient because you have a pull forward dynamic of people getting ahead of tariffs. You also have the calm before the storm when it comes to inflation, which just means that the Fed doesn't have reason to act, and you don't have the confirmation of that weaker data to get people to be drawn into the fixed income market.
Let's talk about the calm before the storm. Let's talk about the storm. UBS wrote yesterday, the growth hit is still substantial. It's not priced. What do you think about the prospect of retesting the low on the S&P?
We think the prospects are rising, and Chris Verone at Strategas put out a note saying that 85% of the time you do retest the low. And given the fact that we're not likely to have the Fed step in with a policy action, which was something that was very important to creating the V-shaped bottom in both 2018 and 2020, that just raises the odds of a potential retest. You have to step back and realize that this market's still trading at 19.8 times forward earnings. This is a very fulsome valuation, given the degree of uncertainty and the degree of risk. You haven't really cut earnings estimates that much. 2026 earnings are still at $302 a share, implying 13% growth next year. We think that those numbers are still far too high, which just means that if you put an average multiple on a lower earnings number, you get to a retest.
So think about the phases of the risk aversion we've seen so far. The first phase was just broad-based, very intuitive risk aversion, equities down, pricing in the greater prospect of lower growth and maybe higher inflation in the future. Second phase seemed to be a dash for cash, starting to see some disorderly moves, some tension. What phase are we entering now? Where are we at the moment? Have we even exited phase two?
Yeah, the weird phase where we're seeing the move in the dollar and fixed income this morning, and yet equity futures are up on that. So I think that we have to be careful not to read too much into one-day moves and extrapolate them into the future, that we continue to see this volatility in these wide bands. And one of the phrases we keep using is a Goethe quote, which is that few people have the imagination for reality. We have to have the imagination for this odd reality that we're living in.
How much do you think that this is a game changer when it comes to international flows into the United States, especially when it comes from Asia, potentially even from Europe?
It's such an important question, and we keep distilling it to something rather simple. If the last 40 years of the economic world order created an environment that was great for U.S. corporate businesses, allowed for operating margins to continue to hit new highs, for capital to be drawn into the U.S., to have U.S. assets outperform, if you completely flip that on its head, do you still have that same kind of dynamic for U.S. outperformance and U.S. capital flowing into the U.S.? You're completely switching around the world order of the last 40 years.
Cam, I hope you get some rest this weekend. Best of luck. Good to see you. As always, thank you. Cameron Dawson there of New Edge Wealth. Equity futures on the S&P at the moment, wild few days. Equity futures at the moment up by 0.5% with an update on stories elsewhere.
This is Forex chart. MCX का लगा देते हैं. Forex में कुछ उतना मोमेंटम समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. MCX में देखोगे गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, सेल ऑफ आ गया था उसके बाद क्रूड ऑयल में. बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी देख लेते हैं. यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, बट वेट करते हैं यूएस मार्केट का. लेट्स सी कोई ट्रेड अगर बनता है इसमें यहाँ पर. बाकी नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे ओपन हुआ फ्लैट. ये परसों का सपोर्ट था, याद होगा यहाँ पर. वहाँ से सपोर्ट लिया, फ्लैट ऊपर के गया है. रेंज ही है छोटी सी. लेट्स सी कोई नया ट्रेड अगर बन जाता है इसमें. अभी कोई न्यूज़ आज बाकी है नहीं. देयर इज़ नो मेजर न्यूज़ फॉर टुडे. मॉर्निंग पे मार्केट क्लोज ही था, इवनिंग पे अभी ओपन हुआ 5 PM पे 5:30. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल. कल मार्केट ओपन है. बाकी इस वीक एक और छुट्टी है, गुड फ्राइडे की भी छुट्टी है फ्राइडे को, एंड सैटरडे संडे को भी मार्केट बंद रहेगा. तो 3 दिन मार्केट कंटिन्यूसली क्लोज है. बाकी गुड फ्राइडे के दिन तो पूरा ही मार्केट क्लोज है ऑलमोस्ट. मॉर्निंग और इवनिंग सेशन दोनों ही क्लोज हैं. ठीक है, तो देखते हैं. यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने दो. यूएस मार्केट के बाद देखते हैं कुछ ट्रेड बनता है तो इसमें. ठीक है,
that will end up working out something that's very good for both countries.
That deal doesn't look close this morning. Up next, the view from Europe. We'll catch up with the German finance minister. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and we had liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower. The all-female crew sent by Blue Origin has gone to the edge of space and back. It brought crew members including pop star Katy Perry and Jeff Bezos' fiancée, Lauren Sanchez. Here's Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
Again, let's go to the big picture. Of all the humans and people that have gone to space through history to date, only around 15% of them have been women. This is an all-female crew, and a big part of the mission is to, again, make it seem accessible.
And that's Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. The other members on board were CBS's Gail King, producer Carrie Ann Flynn, former NASA scientist Aisha Bowe, and Amanda Wynn, a bioastronautics research scientist and advocate for survivors of sexual violence. We are looking at stocks at the open. They are moving higher, powered by a rally in tech stocks after President Trump signaled a carve-out of trade levies on some consumer electronics, fueling speculation that they might avoid the worst of the tariff hit. The S&P 500 up 1% at the open. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.8%, and the Nasdaq up 1.2%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.38%. President Trump pledged he will still apply tariffs to phones, computers, and popular consumer electronics, downplaying a weekend exemption as a procedural step in his overall push to remake U.S. trade. The late Friday reprieve gave an exemption to a range of popular electronics from the 125% tariffs on China and the 10% flat rate around the globe. We get more with Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferries.
President Trump saying over the weekend that nobody's off the hook, that he is simply coming up with a different bucket of tariffs that he plans to apply to things with semiconductors and chips in them. So there is a reprieve for companies like, let's say, Apple and Samsung and NVIDIA that were bringing in devices with chips, but it's not clear how long of a reprieve they will ultimately get here.
And that's Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Futures are moving higher on the pause, with tech stocks leading the rally this morning. We'll stick with Bloomberg for the latest on tariffs. We have an exclusive interview with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at 4 p.m. Wall Street time. You can hear it on Bloomberg Radio, watch it on Bloomberg Television, as well as the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube. China's leader, Xi Jinping, says no one wins in a trade war. Xi made the comments as he kicked off a diplomatic tour of Southeast Asia with a trip to Vietnam. Goldman Sachs stock traders posted their highest quarterly revenue haul on record, riding a wave of volatility that was triggered by the emerging global trade war that's roiled financial markets. Equity trading revenue rose 27% from a year earlier to almost $4.2 billion for the first 3 months of the year. But that's not all. Here's Bloomberg's Sonali Basak.
Overall trading is probably one of the best, if not the best, set of results we've seen since 2008, post-2008. You also have trading coming in with the best results in equities trading across all of Wall Street. They came in above Morgan Stanley. They beat on revenue, they beat on returns on tangible common equity, and they have a whopping buyback program as well.
And that's Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. The results build on the sector's momentum from last week when Goldman peers, including JP Morgan Chase and Morgan Stanley, also notched record stock trading hauls for the period. Meta Platforms is facing a historic antitrust trial beginning today that could force the tech giant to break off Instagram and WhatsApp. It bought the two startups more than a decade ago, and they have since grown into social media powerhouses. The Federal Trade Commission alleges that the acquisitions were illegal, should never have been approved, and should be broken up. Pfizer will stop developing an obesity pill that has been closely watched by investors. It's a severe blow in its efforts to compete with blockbuster weight loss shots from Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. The treatment was linked to a potentially drug-related liver injury in one patient who was enrolled in a clinical trial. Intel has agreed to sell a 51% stake in its programmable chips unit, Altera, to Silver Lake Management. It comes as the struggling U.S. company begins to spin off non-central businesses and assets. Court documents say a man who set fire to the Pennsylvania governor's mansion had planned to beat Governor Josh Shapiro with a hammer if he found him. The fire left significant damage and forced Shapiro, his family, and guests to evacuate the building early Sunday. 38-year-old Cody Balmer is facing charges including attempted homicide, terrorism, aggravated arson, and aggravated assault. And in sports, Rory McIlroy has won the Masters to become the sixth man in history to win golf's career Grand Slam. And again, the S&P 500 up 1.2%, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.39%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow,
Today,
and this
turn it off, then on again. Tech tariffs are the latest to face a restart. The Trump administration says it's not required to help a wrongly deported man return to the US. Meta faces an antitrust trial over its Instagram and WhatsApp deals. And Rory's rollercoaster, as McIlroy makes golf history and finally wins the Masters. It's Monday, April 14th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool. It's only Monday, and the tariff whirlwind continues.
Automobiles, like we did with aluminum, which are now fully on, we'll be doing that with semiconductors, with chips, and numerous other things. And that'll take place in the very near future.
US President Donald Trump saying he'll be announcing the tariff rate on imported semiconductors over the next week. adding that there will be flexibility with some companies in the sector. That's after the Trump administration said on Friday that smartphones, computers, and some other electronics would be exempted from steep tariffs on imports from China. Confused? Jeff Mason covers the White House.
Well, I think many people are confused, and that's fair because the people who work for the president have been giving some mixed messages and using different words to describe what he's doing, which doesn't always land in the market the way that perhaps the administration wants it to, or certainly not the way that some investors in the market do. My understanding is that the tariffs aren't going away, but what was announced late Friday, early Saturday, is that there are some exemptions for multiple electronic products from China, and those exemptions apply to the broader over 100% tariffs that were being applied to China as part of this tit-for-tat retaliation. What the president is clarifying is that doesn't mean that all the tariffs are gone on those products. The initial sort of baseline tariffs, which President Trump is referring to as the 20% fentanyl tariffs, will still apply. So it seems important to him from a messaging perspective to say that there aren't actually exemptions going on, but his administration has moved away or at least reduced some of the larger amounts of tariffs against many of those products for now.
Stocks are rising on the back of a tech tariff reprieve, even as they brace for what comes next. But Chinese leader Xi Jinping isn't hanging around. He's in Vietnam today, the first stop on a 3-nation trip to Southeast Asia. Carmel Crimmins is here with more.
Xi is on a high-stakes diplomatic tour of the region. Cambodia, Malaysia and Vietnam have built up strong trade and investment ties with China. Xi wants to consolidate that and position Beijing as a stable partner amidst the threat and confusion from Trump's tariffs. Data out on Monday shows how tariffs have already warped trade flows. China's exports jumped over 12% in March as factories there rushed out shipments before the latest tariffs took effect, and there were near record shipments flowing into Southeast Asia.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is demanding a tough international response against Moscow after 2 Russian ballistic missiles killed dozens in the city of Sumy. It's the deadliest strike on Ukraine this year. US President Trump told reporters he heard the attack was a mistake, but called it horrible. Rory McIlroy's become only the 6th player to win golf's Grand Slam, winning all 4 of the sport's majors. He's ended his long wait for a Masters title in a dramatic playoff victory over Justin Rose at Augusta. 2 Israeli missiles have hit a major Gaza hospital, putting the emergency department out of action. Health officials had evacuated patients after a warning ahead of the strike. Israel says it was aimed at Hamas fighters exploiting the facility. And Katy Perry and journalists Gayle King and Lauren Sanchez are set to blast off into space on a Blue Origin rocket later today. Sanchez is also the fiancée of Jeff Bezos, who owns Blue Origin. President Trump meets with El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele today at the White House. The meeting comes as the administration is in a legal standoff with the courts over a Maryland resident illegally deported to El Salvador. US officials said in court filings on Sunday that they are not obligated to help Kilmer Abrego Garcia get out of prison after he was erroneously deported there. That's despite a Supreme Court ruling directing the government to facilitate his return. A top US immigration official has said that the order barring Abrego Garcia's removal to El Salvador was no longer valid, quote, because of his membership in MS-13, which is now a designated foreign terrorist organization. Abrego Garcia has denied any ties to the violent MS-13 street gang. Our reporting has shown that administration officials have repeatedly publicly identified detainees as gang leaders or even terrorists without attempting to back up those claims in court. Reporter Ted Hessen covers immigration.
We've seen some high-profile arrests that have been touted by the Justice Department where they've said that the people are gang members, but then when it comes time to bring charges against someone, they're not making the same allegations in court. That goes against how the DOJ would typically approach these cases. Prosecutors would normally avoid making allegations outside of court that they're not going to actually make in the criminal case against someone. And the reason is they don't want to undermine the actual criminal case. Beyond that, this is actually kind of a core precept of our legal system here in the US, that if the government brings some sort of charge against you, that you have a chance to contest it in court. And I think there really is a question if they're going to be sort of putting out there that people who are in the US illegally or with a temporary status are gang members. There are questions about whether they can actually back that up in court. In particular, there was one filing in this court case where a US Immigration and Customs Enforcement official said that many of those people deported to El Salvador actually had no criminal record in the US. The official did say, despite that lack of record, that he still believed the people were dangerous and potentially could cause a threat, specifically because the US did not have much information about them.
Meta's high-stakes antitrust trial kicks off today in Washington. The US Federal Trade Commission claims the company built an illegal social media monopoly by spending billions of dollars to acquire Instagram and WhatsApp. Meta denies trying to kill the competition. If found guilty, the company could be forced to restructure or sell parts of its business. Reporter Jody Godoy is following the case.
At the heart of this case is the way that people use social media. The FTC says that Meta has a monopoly on people using it to share with friends and family, but Meta is going to challenge the very notion that that's still the way that people use social media, and challenge the idea that companies like TikTok aren't huge competitors in this market. Meta says that every 17-year-old knows that YouTube and TikTok are huge competitors and that the FTC's vision of this market is well out of date.
What sort of numbers are we looking at Meta losing if it's forced to restructure or sell parts of the company?
This is an existential case for Meta. Essentially, it's seeking to have the company sell off Instagram and WhatsApp, two huge parts of the business. So Instagram is estimated to bring in about $30 billion in ad revenue, or about half of Meta's ad revenue this year alone. So if Meta were to lose Instagram, that would be a huge hit.
So is there a possibility of a settlement?
Meta and Mark Zuckerberg have certainly made moves to become closer to this administration, doing things like changing content moderation policies, donating to the inauguration, and Zuckerberg has been meeting with the White House in recent weeks. It's quite unclear, though, that any of that is going to lead to a different result. It looks like the FTC is more than ready to fight this one out in court. And one of the things to watch at this trial will be Mark Zuckerberg. He's slated to be on the stand probably early in the case, and he's going to testify about the deals. And what he says on the stand could have a big impact on the outcome.
Our recommended read today looks at the life of Peruvian writer Mario Vargas Llosa, who's died, aged 89. The Nobel Prize winner was a leading light in the 20th century Latin American literature boom, and once ran to become president of his country. Find out more about his life by clicking on the link in the pod description. And before we go, a small plea. The Swiftonomics episode of our Econ World podcast has been nominated for 2 Webbies. If you enjoyed the episode, we'd love it if you could go and vote. There's a link below. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player, and we'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
ओके गाइस, क्रूड ऑयल में देखो एक ट्रेड यहाँ पर प्लान करते हैं, ठीक है। यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो चुका है, 8 पीएम की कैंडल बन चुकी है, कोई डेटा तो नहीं है। मंडे रहता है, थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम डाउन रहता है, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम कम रहता है, बट थोड़ा बहुत तो वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट करना ही चाहिए, आ जाएगा ठीक ठाक। तो क्रूड ऑयल में इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर लो, यही प्लान कर सकते हैं इसमें, और क्योंकि ऊपर तो ऊपर है नहीं लेवल, दिस इज द ओनली लेवल। ठीक है, डे हाई इज द ओनली लेवल वी हैव 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, और कोई लेवल बना भी नहीं है वहाँ पे। अब या तो ब्रेकआउट होगा तभी कुछ कर पाएंगे, नहीं तो रेजिस्टेंस है। 2-3 बार वैसे ऑलरेडी वहाँ से रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है प्राइस, बट जब तक ब्रेक नहीं होता तब तक हम उसको 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 ओके, इसी को कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा, और कोई ऑप्शन है नहीं यहाँ पर। ये 1, ये हायर हाई हो गई, हायर लो है, ठीक है, दैट इज लिक्विडिटी। ठीक है, क्योंकि ऊपर दो दो रेजिस्टेंस एक साथ बने हुए हैं, तो हमें दोनों ही मार्क करके रखने पड़ेंगे, और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है। जब तक वो ब्रेक नहीं होता, डे हाई इज द रेजिस्टेंस। वैसे तो 2 बार वहां से ऑलरेडी सेलिंग आ गई है, थर्ड टाइम आएगी यहाँ से सेलिंग अभी। इसको एक बार रिमूव करो यहाँ से। ये नहीं, इसको ले सकते हैं। ठीक है, तो यही एक रेजिस्टेंस है। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेक होगा तो देखेंगे, अभी ब्रेक नहीं हुआ है तो दैट इज द ओनली रेजिस्टेंस। डे हाई से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। ध्यान रखना, यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी 2-3 बार सेलिंग आ गई है। लॉजिकली रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा सा वीक है। बट अभी फिलहाल के लिए यही है, तो इसी को मानना पड़ेगा, और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है। हाँ हाँ, ठीक है, कोई ऐसा नहीं है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। कल तो ओपन ही है मार्केट। बाकी यूएस के जो इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर हैं वहाँ पर, फिलहाल जो करंट गवर्नमेंट में, उन्होंने 100% कहा है कि कोई भी रिसेशन नहीं आने वाला यूएस में, ऐसा उनका प्रिडिक्शन है। लेट्स सी, वैसे तो नहीं आएगा मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली, हमें भी ये लग रहा है, बट देखना पड़ेगा कुछ न्यूज़ एंड डेवलपमेंट उस पर मार्केट आगे आगे देता है तो। नहीं, कोई डेटा नहीं है आज, देयर इज नो डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। कोई डेटा आएगा तो देखेंगे, कल होगा शायद डेटा, आज तो नहीं है। यस, ऑलरेडी यहाँ से 2 बार सेलिंग आ चुकी है, 2 बार नहीं 3 बार आ चुकी है, सॉरी। फोर्थ टाइम आएगा ये, तो थोड़ा वीक मान सकते हैं। बाकी आनी होगी सेलिंग, फास्ट आएगी, रुकेगा नहीं ज़्यादा देर। रुक गया तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाएगा अबव 5140। स्क्रीन आपके सामने ही है सर, शेयर कौन सी करें? स्क्रीन इज इन योर फ्रंट ऑफ यू राइट नाउ। नेस्डेक का पूछ रहे हो तो अभी नेस्डेक का नहीं देख रहे हैं, टाइम लगेगा। फिलहाल अभी क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस का ही देख रहे हैं। फॉर नेस्डेक यू हैव टू वेट। आगे देखो, चाहो तो नीचे से बाइंग कर सकते हो क्योंकि ऊपर अभी प्राइस पहुंचा नहीं है, नीचे से एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। ऊपर एग्जैक्टली भी आया नहीं, ओपन होने के बाद देख पा रहे होगे। ठीक है, डेलो से बाइंग कर सकते हैं अगर थोड़ा सा बाइंग का प्लान कर रहे हो, क्योंकि ऊपर अभी प्राइस को आना पेंडिंग है। तो ऊपर जाने के लिए प्राइस को सपोर्ट लेना ही पड़ेगा पहले तो, बिना सपोर्ट लिए तो जाएगा नहीं प्राइस भी। इसको भी चेक कर लेते हैं दोनों को। यहाँ पर दो लेवल रहेंगे, इन दोनों में से कहीं पर ही बाइंग कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, ये मैंने जैसा बताया मेजर सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर और नीचे हैं, दीज आर द रेजिस्टेंस जो कि 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, 4 टाइम आएगा प्राइस यहाँ पर, ये एक सपोर्ट है, यहाँ से बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। बीच में एक मेजर एफईजी है, अगर थोड़ा सा रिस्क ले सकते हैं तो यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। ये कोई लेवल नहीं है, एक एफईजी है, इसलिए अगर ट्राई करना चाह रहे हो तो कम क्वांटिटी से करना या फिर रिस्क ही रहेगा, पहले ही बता दूं, क्योंकि ये कोई सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, एफईजी है तो थोड़ा सा बहुत रिस्क रहता ही रहता है। समझ में आया? तो थोड़ा सा इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना, अगर यहाँ से ट्राई कर रहे हो इस एफईजी से, थोड़ा सा रिस्की है। अगर नहीं लेना चाह रहे हो बिल्कुल भी रिस्क, तो फिर वेट करना पड़ेगा लेवल का, थोड़ा सा रिस्क उठा सकते हो, तब इस ट्रेड को ट्रेड के लिए जाया जा सकता है। कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई लो पे बाई सेल मत कर बैठना। बाकी नेचुरल गैस को भी देखोगे, पिछले आधे घंटे से चुप बैठा हुआ है मार्केट, एक ही लेवल पर है। एक पॉसिबिलिटी मुझे लग रही है नेचुरल गैस में, अगर यहाँ पर पहले क्रूड का ही कर लेते हैं, ठीक है, एक पॉसिबिलिटी यहाँ पर लाइक करने की हो सकती है, पहले लाइक करो, कम ऑन, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एंड ओपन कर देते हैं। कोई सुनिए, एक सेकंड रुक जाओ। हर्षल जी क्रूड ऑयल का लेवल लगा दिया है, ठीक है, नेस्डेक का देख रहे हैं, एक बार नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा सा देख लो। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस, नीचे ये भी तो काफ़ी दूरी है, ऑलरेडी सेलिंग में चला गया है, कुछ हो सकता है यहाँ पर, ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा प्राइस को। ये लोअर लो है, हाई हाई ट्रेंड कौन सा है, लिक्विडिटी नहीं है, कहीं भी नहीं लग रही है। देखो ये नेचुरल गैस ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस पे हिट किया, उसके बाद नीचे आ गया है ऑलरेडी, अब वापस तो वेट कर नहीं सकते, ऊपर आएगा फिर सेल करेंगे। कोई सेलिंग में है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करो, कोई नया ट्रेड बनेगा तो इसमें टाइम लग जाएगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग नेचुरल गैस में, क्योंकि रेजिस्टेंस तो ऊपर डे हाई रेजिस्टेंस था, बिल्कुल था, किसी ने अगर सेल किया तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, अब निकल गया लेवल, बट पुल बैक में वापस सेलिंग आएगी नहीं आएगी, 310 312 के आसपास सेलिंग अच्छी थी। एक और ट्राई करेंगे अगर आएगा तो, ठीक है, अगर पुल बैक दे देगा तो देखेंगे एक और ट्राई के लिए यहाँ पर सेलिंग के लिए, नहीं तो आ गई है सेलिंग ऑलरेडी, तो मिस द चांस। अब इसमें यहाँ पर सेलिंग तो नहीं है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, वापस इसमें है, इसको उसमें कल आ गई थी लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन, ऑलरेडी यहाँ पर है 324 के अराउंड, ये भी ऑक्यूपाइड हो गया ऑलरेडी, ठीक है, एक बार और ट्राई कर लेंगे वैसे, अगर आएगा तो ऊपर की ओर ना, फिर ऊपर ही है मेजर रेजिस्टेंस ये वाला, ये भी डाउन ट्रेंड में लग रहा है मुझे तो, हर जगह दो दो बार ही टेस्ट हो गया है तो, 1 2 3 4 5 हो तो गया है मल्टीपल टाइम, एक बार दो बार तीन बार, एक बार दो बार, ठीक है, वैसे देखो ट्रेंड तो मार्केट का डाउन ही चल रहा है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस देखोगे डे हाई एक 310 12 के आसपास, फिर परसों जो जहाँ से सेलिंग आई थी 324 323 के आसपास, फिर उसके ऊपर 338 340 के आसपास, ये सब रेजिस्टेंस ही है। देख लेते हैं कुछ बाइंग की अगर सिनेरियो यहाँ पर बनती है। सेलिंग तो निकल गई भाई। यहाँ से हाँ ये तो भी निकल ही गई यार, ये भी है क्या? वन टू थ्री फोर। यहाँ से अगर पुल बैक के लिए भी जाते हैं ना इन केस नेचुरल गैस में, समझ रहे हो, तो भी कोई बहुत बड़ा टारगेट मिलेगा, इसके चांसेस ही कम हो जाएंगे। अरे ले तो ले लिया, सपोर्ट नहीं जा सकते बाइंग में, चांसेस ही नहीं है। टुक द सपोर्ट, टेक द रेजिस्टेंस, फॉल डाउन। बेरिस ही लग रहा है फिलहाल तो नेचुरल गैस। वैसे यहाँ पर है एक सपोर्ट, अगर यहाँ से थोड़ा बाइंग करते भी है ना, बट मतलब बता दूं तो 3 से 4 पॉइंट ही मिल पाएंगे, उससे ज़्यादा चांसेस लग नहीं रहे यहाँ पर। इफ वी कैन बाय ओवर हियर ना, उससे फ़ायदा नहीं है, 1:1 ही बनेगा यहाँ पर ट्रेड अगर कोई ट्राई करना चाह रहा है तो, विच इज़ नॉट वर्थी। स्कैल्पिंग टाइप में हो जाएगी वो भी रिस्की। ठीक है, यहाँ पर अगर नेचुरल गैस में बाइंग करते हैं तो फिर ऊपर वो 305-6 के आसपास तक का एक 1:1 का ट्रेड बन सकता है, बन रहा है ट्रेड, बट रिस्क रिवॉर्ड ठीक नहीं है। मतलब ऐसा गया तो फिर फ़ायदा नहीं होगा प्रॉफिट में उतना। बाकी अगर ट्राई करना चाह रहे हो तो मिनी में कर सकते हैं, ऑप्शन में तो नहीं करेंगे। एक बार देख लेते हैं मिनी में। ये भी हो गया, परसों चेक कर लिया था। ये है ना, आई थिंक हाँ ये है ना, ये देखो इतने पास पास सपोर्ट क्या बन गए पता नहीं। इससे बढ़िया तो नीचे ही आ जाइए। ये टेस्ट हुआ नहीं है अभी, क्योंकि यहाँ सपोर्ट लिया एग्जैक्टली, टेस्ट हुआ नहीं है तो ये अभी पेंडिंग है। अगर ये आ जाता है ठीक है। देखो बेस्ट के सिनेरियो तो मुझे क्या लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस में, वैसे जहाँ पर अभी है वो भी सपोर्ट है, बट यहाँ से बाई करेंगे तो रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बहुत छोटा बनेगा। बट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग अगर ऐसा होता है तो थोड़ा बेटर रहेगा, ये यहाँ पर का सपोर्ट ब्रेक करता हुआ नीचे 296 298 के आसपास आ जाए, यहाँ से बाइंग कर लें, तब थोड़ा सा फिर रिस्क रिवॉर्ड मतलब कंपेयर टू अभी वाले से बेटर बन जाएगा। ठीक है, अभी यहाँ पर बस रिस्क रिवॉर्ड का इशू आ रहा है, नथिंग एल्स। अगर रिस्क रिवॉर्ड यहाँ पर सही होता है यहीं पर बाई कर लेते, इशू नहीं है। बट वो ये कि अगर यहाँ पर बाई करेंगे रिस्क रिवॉर्ड छोटा है, चला गया तो चला गया, नहीं गया तो फिर रिस्क इतना है कि फ़ायदा नहीं होगा। तो नीचे वाले लेवल से देखते हैं। वैसे तो व्यू बेयरिश ही है, कोई इतना बुलिश है नहीं, बट ऊपर लिक्विडिटी लेने के लिए मार्केट को पुल बैक तो देना ही पड़ेगा, अब वो जब भी दे। तो एक छोटा सा यहाँ पर ट्राई कर लेंगे, और कुछ तो कर नहीं सकते फिलहाल के लिए। ठीक है, बीच का लेवल निकल ही जाए तो बेटर है। यहाँ से बाइंग का एक प्लान रखते हैं। ठीक है, व्यू थोड़ा बेरिस ही मान के चलना, ठीक है, ओवरऑल व्यू बेरिस ही मान के चलना। बाकी ऊपर के लेवल भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हैं तो फिर यही लेवल रखते हैं। और क्या ही करें इसमें, ठीक है वो भी अच्छा है। बाकी नीचे वाला सपोर्ट भी ऐसा नहीं है कि पहली बार आ रहा है, यहाँ पर भी 2 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, थर्ड टाइम आएगा प्राइस। बट ठीक है, रिस्क रिवॉर्ड एटलीस्ट 1:2 तो है। बाकी देखते हैं। बाकी देखो अगर ये नहीं आता एग्जैक्ट नीचे तो फिर ऊपर से सेल कर देंगे, दोनों ही ऑप्शन ओपन है। नीचे आता है तो बाय, ऊपर आएगा सेल इन नेचुरल गैस। ऊपर आ जाए तो अच्छा ही है, वो भी अच्छा है। ये ना यहाँ से इसने बाई किया, यहाँ तक गया, नेक्स्ट कैंडल ऊपर आके लिक्विडिटी यहाँ से लेके नीचे वापस, तो इट मीन्स वो ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट लेके चला गया, सपोर्ट हो गया, रेजिस्टेंस से फिर सेलिंग आ गई। तो इसको जाना तो पड़ेगा 299 के नीचे एटलीस्ट। उसके होगा भी नहीं, ऐसे हुआ नहीं है उसमें एग्जैक्टली। टेस्ट नहीं हुआ तो मानेंगे नहीं, लॉजिकली था ना, इसमें से हो गया तो मान लिया हमने। इतने पास पास सपोर्ट कौन बनाता है यार। ठीक है, नैस्डैक को भी देख लेते हैं अब एक बार। 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम, हाँ ठीक है, छोटा सा ही रिस्क है, ज़्यादा नहीं। अच्छा ये फर्स्ट, दूसरा, अब तीसरा, ये उसको प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना उसमें। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में भी आ गया नीचे प्राइस। यहाँ पर बाइंग का प्लान रखेगा, कैंडल डायरेक्टली मत लेना, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे नहीं लेते, सेलर्स निकलने की कोशिश। इसको यहाँ रख लेते हैं, ये लेवल ठीक है, इसको ट्रेल कर लो। एक बार आया ना यहाँ पर प्राइस, नहीं आया। बाकी देखो नेचुरल गैस में सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट यही मिलेगा आपको, दिस वन, और ये स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस है ही, ठीक है। बाकी ये भी लेवल ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत तो सपोर्ट अच्छा ही है, इतना भी बुरा नहीं है, मतलब 2 बार ही सपोर्ट लिया है, तीसरी बार आ रहा है, देखते हैं। कैंडल अगर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनी तो नेचुरल गैस में भी बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे यहाँ से। बाकी अगर सीधा ही आ गया और भी अच्छा है, ले लिया उसने, इसलिए नहीं लेता है। करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। ओके ग्रेट, ठीक है, लगभग 50 पॉइंट आ गए हैं। देखते हैं थोड़ा सा और नीचे आ जा प्राइस। सेलर्स अगर निकलना चाहें तो निकल सकते हैं, एक छोटा सा रिस्की ट्रेड था वैसे। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल है तो थोड़ा सा वेट करना, बाय मत कर लेना क्रूड में, हाँ डायरेक्टली ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल है वो, सपोर्ट रेंज में जरूर है बट ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल है, हो सकता है थोड़ा और डीप आ जाए, समझ रहे हो। यहाँ पर अगर कैंडल वापस 5289 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है, या 5290 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है, और नेक्स्ट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन गई, तो फिर थोड़ा सा और वेट करना पड़ेगा। बाकी बन गई इसके ऊपर तो फिर बाइंग हो जाएगी, नहीं तो थोड़ा सा नीचे आता है तो 5250 को भी टच कर सकता है। ठीक है, जानबूझ के कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बताओ। काफी स्ट्रांग हो गया ना, एक जगह से एक बार सपोर्ट ले लो तो बेटर ही है, अगर ये ऊपर बाइंग आती है तो फिर ये थोड़ा नीचे और जाएगा। सामान 1099.5। हाँ मैंने बताया, अगर कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन जाए तो फिर थोड़ा सा रिस्क बढ़ जाता है ना, और कुछ नहीं होता। उस केस में प्राइस ब्रेकडाउन करने की कोशिश कर सकता है, करेगा नहीं करेगा वो कोई नहीं कह सकता, कर सकता है। तो थोड़ा सा कॉशियस होके ही फिर बाई करना होता है। ये नेचुरल गैस में जो ये लेवल है यहाँ पर ऐसा ही हुआ था लास्ट टाइम 2 बार। प्राइस आया था, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाई, नीचे चला गया था, फिर रिवर्स किया, फिर पुल बैक करके ऊपर गया था और फिर काफ़ी अच्छी बाइंग आई थी। दोनों बार ऐसा ही किया था। जब फर्स्ट टाइम बाइंग आई थी 9 अप्रैल को शाम को 7:45 पर, और फिर 11 अप्रैल को शाम को 6 बजे। तो बार अगर इसके नीचे यहाँ तक अगर आ जाता है प्राइस तो ये भी अच्छा लेवल है। वेट करते हैं, करो करो वेट करते हैं। नैस्डैक में लेट्स सी क्या चल रहा है नैस्डैक का। हाँ, बुक करके इसको ट्रेल कर लो, ट्रेल करना ज़्यादा बेटर है। इनको टाइम तो आराम से ट्रेल हो जाता है। मार्केट ओपन हुआ 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, देन देखोगे उसके बाद से रेंज बाउंड ही चल रहा है ऊपर। सेलिंग कर सकते हो यार, डे हाई पे सेलिंग करो इसमें। कर सकते हो यार, डे हाई रेजिस्टेंस जो नहीं है सेल कर दो, किया हुआ है तो बने रहो। नीचे सपोर्ट देख लेता हूँ। परफेक्ट लेवल है। नीचे देखो, इसमें अगर देखोगे तो सपोर्ट मिल जाएगा आपको। गैप अप भी हुआ था ना ये शायद फॉरेक्स में मंडे के दिन तो 20 पे, ठीक है। ठीक है, नीचे सपोर्ट आपको मिल जाएगा अप्रोक्सीमेटली 18,730 से 760 के बीच में। यहाँ कहीं सपोर्ट मिल जाएगा आपको। बाकी एसएल उसका 18,660 रहेगा, ध्यान रखना। तो सेल किया हुआ है तो ट्रेल कर लो। फर्स्ट टारगेट 18,880 पे बुक कर देना, उसके नीचे आता है तो 18,760 सेकेंड टारगेट होगा। सेल किया है ऊपर, रेजिस्टेंस सॉरी लास्ट एसएल डे हाई। नॉर्मली देखो एक या 2 बार तो ठीक ठाक ही होता है, रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट भी काम करता ही है। वैसे तो मैं कहता हूँ एक ही बार लो सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस से बाई सेलिंग, उसके बाद से फिर वो काम नहीं करते हैं नॉर्मली। बाकी डिपेंड करता है वहाँ से बाइंग सेलिंग कैसे आ रही है। अगर हायर हाई या लोअर लो बन रहा है तो स्ट्रांग है, नहीं बन रहा है तो फिर स्ट्रांग नहीं है। इट मीन सिंपल सी बात है ना, ये भी है ना छोटा वाला। फॉरेक्स का भी कर सकते हो, बढ़िया है, फॉरेक्स का चार्ट भी अच्छा है। अगर ऑप्शन सेलिंग या फॉरेक्स ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हो तो बेटर है। फिर एमसीएक्स में अगर ऑप्शन सेलिंग या फिर फ्यूचर ट्रेड कर रहे हो, ऑप्शन बाइंग कर रहे हो तो प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है, तो मैं सजेस्ट नहीं करूँगा, स्पेशली अगर ऑप्शन बाइंग ही करते हो। ठीक है, इसके नीचे से एक बार चला गया तो फिर से दो बार तो हो गया, एक बार यहाँ से आई है, हाई बनाया, लोअर हाई बनाया, तो ये वीक हो गया ना। यहाँ देखो बाइंग आई फर्स्ट टाइम, यहाँ नहीं, ये फर्स्ट टाइम बाइंग, फर्स्ट टाइम बाइंग हाई बना, सेकंड टाइम बाइंग आई हायर हाई बना, थर्ड टाइम बाइंग आई लोअर हाई बनाया, अगर अब आया तो ब्रेक हो जाएगा, सिंपल सा मैथमेटिक्स है। लेट्स सी। ठीक है, देख रहे हो क्रूड ऑयल को मैं कह रहा था ना, वो कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई जिस तरह से बना रहा है, ट्राई ही कर रहा है वो थोड़ा और डीप जाने का। लेट्स सी, अब इसको अगर आना चाहिए तो 5250 के आसपास यहाँ टच करना चाहिए। 250 251 ठीक है, चल जाएगा 251 भी, 1 पॉइंट में क्या ही हो जाएगा। ठीक है, क्रूड में बाय मत करना, मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, सपोर्ट जरूर है बट वो कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, ट्रेल कर लो। बाकी एक बार मैं नेचुरल गैस में देख लेता हूँ, ये जो नीचे बी वाला सपोर्ट है ये कैसा है, ये है तो सही बट ये स्ट्रांग है वीक है, यहाँ पर आई नहीं पाएंगे। एक बार बाइंग आई हाई बना, दूसरी बार बाइंग आई लोअर हाई बना, ब्रेक हो गया, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस तो स्ट्रांग ही है, एक बार देख लेते हैं। ओके ठीक है, यहाँ पर बना है, एक बार बाइंग आई हाई बना है, दूसरे बार बाइंग आई, फू 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 लोअर हाई बनाए, तीसरे बार में भी हाई बना दिया इसने, तो फोर्थ टाइम आ रहा है यहाँ पर नेचुरल गैस में, फोर्थ टाइम। पहली बार आया था एक हाई बनाया था, दूसरी बार आया बनाया था लोअर हाई बनाया था, तीसरी बार भी रुक गया, वैसे तो रुकना नहीं चाहिए था, तीसरी बार बना के फिर से एक हायर हाई बनाया इसने। चलो एक रिस्क ले लेते हैं, कोई इशू नहीं है, एक नेचुरल गैस मिनी का रिस्क उठा सकते हैं यहाँ पर। ठीक है, दिस अ फोर्थ टाइम नेचुरल गैस इस सपोर्ट पर है, ना पहली बार ना दूसरी बार ना तीसरी बार, फोर्थ टाइम। लास्ट टाइम इसको ऐसे ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए था बट इसने लास्ट टाइम क्या किया, फर्स्ट टाइम जब बाइंग आई कि एक हाई बनाया, सेकेंड टाइम बाइंग आई लोअर हाई बनाया, जब थर्ड टाइम आई तो ब्रेक होना चाहिए था, बट थर्ड टाइम फिर से सपोर्ट लेके एक हायर हाई बना दिया प्रीवियस लो जो हाई था उसके कंपैरिजन में। तो उस हिसाब से देखा जाए तो ये थोड़ा सा अभी भी बायर, इसका मतलब यहाँ पर पेंडिंग है लास्ट के वजह से, और ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं उठाएंगे यहाँ पर, एक बाइंग का प्लान रखो, क्वांटिटी कम रखना, टारगेट बहुत बड़ा नहीं है, 7 to 8 पॉइंट ऐसे लाभ का रहेगा नीचे 293 के 292 के अराउंड, इतना काफ़ी है। ठीक है, थोड़ा अगर ऑप्शन ही ट्रेड करते हो तो क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना, नहीं तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो मिनी ही ट्राई करना, थोड़ा सा लो रिस्क ट्रेड है, सॉरी हाई रिस्क ट्रेड है, वैसे पॉइंट वाइज देखोगे तो ठीक ही है, बट जो लेवल बना हुआ है उसके अकॉर्डिंग कुछ खास नहीं लग रहा है मुझे। प्राइस एक्शन, यहाँ पर जो प्राइस एक्शन है वो कुछ ऐसा समझ लो इसको, पहली बार सपोर्ट पे आया हाई बनाया, दूसरी बार सपोर्ट पे आया लोअर हाई बनाया, थर्ड टाइम आया तो लॉजिकली ब्रेक होना चाहिए था क्योंकि लोअर हाई बनाया है, बट बायर संभाल ले गए और फिर से प्राइस ने एक और हाई बना दिया यहाँ पर। अब ये जो अभी आ रहा है फोर्थ टाइम आ रहा है, तो ये जो हाई बना है ये प्रीवियस हाई के कंपैरिजन में एक हायर हाई है, ठीक है, इसके कंपैरिजन में एक हायर हाई है, लॉजिकली जब यहाँ पर आया था थर्ड टाइम, ये फर्स्ट टाइम, ये सेकेंड टाइम, ये थर्ड टाइम जब आया था ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए था, नहीं आया, हाई और हाई बना दिया। अब आ रहा है फोर्थ टाइम। तो लेट्स सी, थोड़े बहुत अगर बायर बचे होंगे तो, ज़्यादा तो बचे नहीं होने चाहिए लॉजिकली। एक ही चीज़ सपोर्ट कर रही है कि ये प्रीवियस स्विंग के कंपैरिजन में एक हायर हाई है। बाकी इस लेवल पे आ जाता है तो और अच्छा है। तो थोड़ा सा रिस्क है बट कोई नहीं, एक इतना रिस्क लिया जा सकता है। अब बिल्कुल भी रिस्क तो कहीं नहीं होता, थोड़ा रिस्क तो होगा ही। बाकी बिल्कुल भी रिस्क नहीं चाहिए तो सबसे अच्छा लेवल ये नीचे वाला रहेगा। बाकी इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो बहुत अच्छा लेवल है, जैसे कि क्रूड ऑयल में देखोगे तो अच्छा लेवल है, बट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन गई तो हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं कर सकते, समझ रहे हो। टू हाई वाली कैंडल थोड़ा सा खराब कर देती है नो लेवल को। डेटा तो कोई नहीं है आज, देयर इज नो डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। कोई डेटा नहीं है बेटा आज। कल रहेगा शायद एक डेटा है, शायद एम्पायर स्टेट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स का, इसके अलावा भी नहीं है। बाकी फिर 3 दिन मार्केट भी क्लोज है, कुछ ज़्यादा छुट्टियाँ हो गई इस बीच। 18 को गुड फ्राइडे है, अपना एन एस सी बी एस सी बंद है, एम सी एक्स भी मॉर्निंग और इवनिंग दोनों क्लोज हैं उस दिन तो। 19 को सैटरडे, 20 को संडे। फॉरेक्स मार्केट शायद ओपन रहेगा फ्राइडे के दिन। बाकी यूएस मार्केट का मुझे पता नहीं, यूएस मार्केट भी शायद क्लोज ही रहेगा गुड फ्राइडे के दिन, तो ओवरऑल मार्केट बंद ही रहता है। और उसको ट्रेल कर लेना, कोई ऐसा नहीं है। कुल अगर मान लो जैसे यहाँ पर मैंने बताया, एक बार बाइंग आई हाई बनाया, दूसरी बार बाइंग आई लोअर हाई बनाया, तीसरी बार बाइंग आई हायर हाई बनाया, ये फोर्थ टाइम आएगा। अगर फोर्थ टाइम में यहाँ पर फिर से एक लोअर हाई बन जाता है, जब फिफ्थ टाइम आएगा तो ब्रेक हो जाएगा इजीली। बट अगर ये मान लो प्रीवियस के हाई के ऊपर चला गया तो तब भी फिर थोड़ा बहुत स्ट्रांग रहेगा। तो अभी मान के चलो अगर इसके ऊपर नहीं जाता है तो वे नेक्स्ट टाइम ब्रेक हो जाएगा। वैसे तो इसको लास्ट टाइम ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए था लॉजिकली, पता नहीं क्यों रुक गया ये। कल 11 अप्रैल के लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में प्राइस पता नहीं होल्ड करके चला गया, क्योंकि प्राइस एक्शन सपोर्टिव नहीं था। हाई बना था, लोअर हाई बना था, फिर आया था प्राइस इस तरह से। तो यहाँ पर लॉजिकली इसको ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए था प्राइस एक्शन के अकॉर्डिंग, बड़े हायर हाई बना के चला गया वापस। समटाइम दिस इज ऑल्सो हैपन। बाकी नीचे आता है, ये सपोर्ट अच्छा है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। यहाँ पर तो रुकना चाहिए प्राइस को। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 34 लाइक्स पे नहीं रुकना है। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। ले जी लाइव आ गए हैं आज। नहीं उस पर कोई अभी अपडेट तो नहीं है, उस न्यूज़ पर अभी कोई फिलहाल और अपडेट नहीं है। White House eyes Supreme Court in Associated Press access fight. Apple increased iPhone shipments 10% in bid to counter tariff, IDC says. लगभग 4 पॉइंट का भाई, इतना तो लेना ही पड़ेगा, इससे कम तो नहीं बनेगा। 296.6 पे रखा है ना मैंने, कितना रखा है? 296.6 पे रखा है यार। 290 से कम चाहो तो मिनी ले लो, अगर रिस्क लग रहा है तो उसमें, और मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता। रिस्क थोड़ा तो रहेगा ही उसमें। प्राइस एक्शन मैंने समझा दिया क्या प्राइस एक्शन बना था यहाँ पर इन नेचुरल गैस। आया नहीं है अभी तक वहाँ पे। बाकी व्यू कोई बहुत ज़्यादा पॉजिटिव तो नहीं है नेचुरल गैस का, जब तक प्राइस अब वापस 312 के ऊपर ट्रेड नहीं करता। जब तक 312 के ऊपर ट्रेड नहीं करेगा, ऊपर से सेलिंग का प्रेशर रहेगा ही रहेगा। भले ही नीचे सपोर्ट है, उनसे कितना ही पुल बैक आ जाए, बुलिस नहीं हो सकता। अब 10 पॉइंट ऊपर चला गया तो उसे बुलिस तो नहीं कहेंगे, ऑब्वियसली है, क्योंकि ऊपर से मार्केट कंटिन्यूसली लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पर ही चल रहा है। जब भी प्राइस एक स्विंग हाई बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है, मार्केट उसको बार बार ऊपर से सेलर सेल कर दे रहे हैं। ऊपर से अगर आप देखोगे प्राइस 356 से मार्केट वापस पुल बैक आया 353 पर, 338 के आसपास, 323 के आसपास, और अभी आज का हाई 310 के आसपास। तो बार बार सेलर्स पुश करते जा रहे हैं डाउन साइड पे। इस चेन को अगर तोड़ना है तो एटलीस्ट 312 के ऊपर ट्रेड करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर नहीं करेगा 312 के ऊपर ट्रेड, जब तक तब तक ऊपर से सेलर सेलर करते ही रहेंगे। नीचे बाइंग जरूर आ सकती है पुल बैक के लिए, बट ओवरऑल व्यू अगर जो लोग देख रहे हैं वो ये समझ सकते हैं ट्रेंड के हिसाब से। और गाइस लाइक भी उड़ाते रहो, लाइक जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया है। इसमें ट्रेलिंग एसएल और कहाँ जा सकते हैं? ट्रेलिंग एसएल के लिए तो फिर वो लेवल भी सही है ना ऊपर वाला।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. A Blue Origin rocket lifted off carrying pop star Katy Perry and company founder Jeff Bezos' fiancée Lauren Sanchez on a trip to the edge of space and back. The roughly 11-minute flight this morning provided for a quick experience of weightlessness and was part of Blue Origin's space tourism model. Here's Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
How much the ultimate per seat ticket price is, we don't know. What we do know is it really depends on your relationship with Bezos and Blue Origin and who else is in the mission, right? So this was Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' fiance, being the big driver of this mission. She said in 2023 she was going to do it. They've completed it, and she assembled the crew. And we just don't know, like, if they were charged for it, if Jeff Bezos comped them on the seat.
And that's Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. Blue Origin did not disclose its price for a seat on one of its tourism flights. Rival space tourism company Virgin Galactic charges around $600,000 for a similar experience. The other members on board, CBS's Gayle King, producer Carrie Ann Flynn, former NASA scientist Aisha Bowe, and Amanda Wynn, a bioastronautics research scientist. Now to the trade war, and President Trump's tariff exclusions for smartphones and other tech products have added to a growing set of confusing signals for companies and trading partners. The dizzying weekend saw Trump exclude popular consumer electronics from 125% tariffs on China and a 10% baseline global tariff. Yesterday, Trump and top aides declared that the reprieve was only a procedural maneuver to ultimately hit those tech products with a different sector-specific tariff. And we get more with Bloomberg's Bill Ferries.
President Trump saying over the weekend that nobody's off the hook, that he is simply coming up with a different bucket of tariffs that he plans to apply to things with semiconductors and chips in them. So there is a reprieve for companies like, let's say, Apple and Samsung and NVIDIA that were bringing in devices with chips, but it's not clear how long of a reprieve they will ultimately get here.
And that's Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Well, Chinese leader Xi Jinping says no one wins in a trade war. He made the comments as he kicked off a diplomatic tour of Southeast Asia today, presenting China as a force for stability, in contrast with President Trump's latest tariff moves. Goldman Sachs stock traders posted their highest quarterly revenue haul on record, riding a wave of volatility triggered by an emerging global trade war that's roiled financial markets. Equity trading revenue rose 27% from a year earlier to almost $4.2 billion for the first 3 months of the year. Goldman also approved a share buyback program of up to $40 billion. And we get more with Bloomberg's Sonali Basak.
They beat on revenue, they beat on returns on tangible common equity, and they have a whopping buyback program as well, as you had mentioned a little bit before. Now, they missed on investment banking. A Goldman executive told me that there is actually a building of the investment banking pipeline. There's the fourth consecutive quarter of investment banking deals building under the surface. Now, the question is, when are these going to get done in IPO, M&As, and leverage finance?
And that's Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. Goldman shares are higher today. The results do build on momentum from last week when Goldman peers, including JP Morgan Chase and Morgan Stanley, also notched record stock trading hauls for the period. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission is finally having its day in court against Meta Platforms, arguing that the company must be broken up for illegally monopolizing the social media market after buying Instagram and WhatsApp more than a decade ago. The FTC's opening salvo began today in Washington, in a case that's been years in the making. Intel agreeing to sell a 51% stake in its programmable chips unit Altera to Silver Lake Management. Intel is making good on plans to start spinning off non-core assets. The transaction values Altera at $8.75 billion. Pfizer halted development of its highest-profile experimental drug, an obesity pill that was aimed at the blockbuster weight loss market dominated by shots from Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. This after the drug was linked to liver damage in a clinical trial. One patient getting the drug developed signs of liver injury, according to Pfizer. In other news, the man accused of setting fire to the Pennsylvania governor's mansion is being treated at a hospital after an unrelated medical event. Authorities say Cody Balmer had planned to beat Governor Josh Shapiro with a small sledgehammer early yesterday. A police affidavit released today says Balmer of Harrisburg admitted to harboring hatred toward Shapiro, but it didn't explain why. Stock traders throwing caution to the wind, sending technology companies rallying in a high-stakes bet that President Trump is adopting a softer stance toward the sector and his disruptive trade war. The S&P 500 is up 1.4%, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 1%, the Nasdaq up 1.6%, 10-year Treasury yield at 4.40%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Studying what is happening in China right now, we're astonished at what's happening from an innovation point of view. When the government here put out an objective,
yes,
the entrepreneurial zeal of the
It's like the further we move through these tariff announcements, the more uncertainty there actually is over what's happening, whether they'll be walked back, whether they'll be paused. And I think that's being reflected in the markets really quite dramatically. Obviously, we saw those big swings across last week. But even today, we started off with the futures considerably higher for the US tech stocks than what they've opened at. Obviously, we have seen some rebound, a strong rebound in Apple. But I think, given the fact that that company has lost around a fifth of its value over the past few weeks, and the rebound is still relatively small, and that again just highlights that uncertainty.
Fiona, this morning, NVIDIA posted a blog explaining that they're going to, for the first time, build their AI supercomputer, basically a server rack unit, 100% in America. And that's a plan that's happening largely in Texas over the next 4 years. When you see a headline like that, how much do you think it is a direct response to the policy actions of this administration so far?
Oh, completely. I mean, I think this is absolutely a direct response. I mean, this is what Trump's sort of aiming for. And it's really interesting as well, because, it is moving that manufacturing back to the US, which is what Trump has, pledged for across his campaign and since moving into the White House. What I think is interesting here is what this will mean for costs. Obviously, I think it's, much more, there are greater costs manufacturing in the US to perhaps other parts of the world, or there were indeed before these tariffs were being applied. So, this is what companies are doing in order to be able to keep those costs down as much as possible, but it will still result in an increase in cost. And I think, when this does come to consumer electronics particularly, that's obviously when we're going to see that hitting the inflation. We're going to see costs going up. But even with these supercomputers, it's going to be affecting the costs involved.
So as of right this moment, and if you're a technology investor, how do you play it? Do you stay away from a name like Apple or others where there is more of a direct read-through for the pass-on of those costs at the consumer level?
Yeah, I think, tech obviously has been very much under pressure since the Trump administration started announcing these tariffs. And that's obviously because of the fact that it's a growth stock. I think there is much more potential looking towards value rather than growth right now. So I think the tech sector is still quite a difficult sector to be focusing in on, given the level of uncertainty I think that still exists. Obviously, there's uncertainty across the board, but I think still more defensive areas are going to be benefiting, such as healthcare, industrials. Those are areas that I would potentially be looking at rather than the tech sector, which I think still could potentially come under fire quite significantly from the Trump administration.
City Index Senior Analyst Fiona Singota, thank you very much for your time on the show. Now, coming up on Bloomberg Technology, the first all-female flight to space has taken off aboard a Blue Origin rocket and come safely back down to Earth. We'll have the details of the launch and how it positions Jeff Bezos' rocket company. That's coming up next. Also, take a look at some markets, okay? We know we're at session lows, particularly on tech-specific indices like NASDAQ 100. Interesting is the NASDAQ Golden Dragon China Index. That's a list, essentially, of the US-listed ADRs of Chinese technology companies. And there is some respite for those names as well that have swung with a similar volatility to the rest of the tech sector. We'll dig into why throughout the week. Stay with us. We'll be right back. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute tech news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on The Pulse.
You know, it's not the headline-grabbing $15 billion bankruptcy. It's not Lehman Brothers. It's not that. But what is happening underneath the surface is just frantic activity. There's a moment in time when real estate gets really interesting.
Now or soon?
Now. It's here.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday. In case you missed it, on The Close.
I think our sports fund is very exciting. We've invested in a number of new leagues that are doing exceptionally well. A number of the investments we've made, we've already seen prices that have gone up already about 50% plus. So what you find in new leagues and new teams is if you're right, it's going to grow exponentially. Right? So the whole key and the nice thing about that is you see the ratings the next day. So I can tell you if it's grown, like we've invested in PBR and professional bull riding. That league is growing 30% plus a year.
There's professional bull riding?
Yes, do you want to get on a bull? You'll end up. If you could stay 8 seconds.
I know, this sounds awesome. Do I have to go I don't have to go to rodeo for that. That's
No, you could do it. We are here in New York.
Okay.
We own the New York Mavericks, so you can come anytime you want to go.
Okay.
Come, you'll love it. Yeah, we'll chat offline.
Don't miss The Close, live every weekday.
We give longer term money. Our loans are anywhere from 20 to 50 years in length. After I came, I got our board to approve 50-year loans for things
Could I get one of those 50-year loans? I'd like to get one of those.
Absolutely, although you'll have to be around to enjoy it.
Ignition. Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
That was Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket taking off earlier today with a star-studded crew of 6 women, including Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' fiancée, Gayle King, and Katy Perry. Bloomberg's Sana Pashankar is here to tell us more. And, you know, it was a notable sort of celebrity-themed flight. What happened and what's the big picture with this one, Sana?
Yeah, so it was an all-female crew, and that was the first one since 1963 when a female Soviet cosmonaut went to space herself. So it's really the first all-female crew with more than one member. And yeah, so they went up to space. I think they felt a lot of camaraderie among, you know, being all women, and I think being all, you know, becoming astronauts for the first time. And so I think it was, you know, a really successful flight. Everything went as planned, everything went smoothly, and many of them mentioned that it had really changed them coming back.
All right, Bloomberg Sana Pashankar, great to have you here on Bloomberg Technology. Let's get more on why this flight matters for the space industry. Ezine Ozuokoro, Senior Fellow at the Harvard Belfer Center and former Assistant Director for Space Policy at the White House, back with us here on the show. I mean, there are a number of ways that we can take this conversation, right? The way that I think about it is the data. That prior to today's mission, I think I'm right in saying, of all the people that have gone to space, only 15% were female. So what is the significance from that standpoint to you, Ezine?
This is greatly about American value creation and more innovation from the space sector through the launch business. I think that what we're seeing here is you're seeing Blue Origin cementing itself as a safe and dependable option to go to space as an option for space tourism. The fact that in 11 minutes you can zoom past the Kármán line, 62 miles above sea level, in a fully reusable suborbital rocket that's built for humans and come back safely is, I think, a big American feat that we need to highlight. Right. And the big question is what this means for investors in space. Does this mean investors will move further into the launch business and support additional flights? Does it mean that we will see another one of these in another decade making history again? Or will this continue to become a commonplace?
I get asked a lot about the gap between Blue Origin and SpaceX. But the other perspective of the investors I speak to is that it's good to have 2 private sector names that are able to have a launch system that's reusable and that are launching with greater cadence. How important, though, is it that Blue Origin starts to make progress in its other domains outside of New Shepard? I'm talking about New Glenn and also its engine business.
And, you know, they're also in the space station business as well. They're a busy company. So I think that it's important that they are able to show successes because in the space business, a safe successes are all that matters. It's important to show these results in all your businesses. And right now they are doing that. And that bodes well for the investment community that's watching what this does to grow the space asset class.
Those that are skeptical look at this and say, this is a shop window for Jeff Bezos and Blue in the sense that it's an all-celebrity, well, mostly celebrity crew. And that to everyday people, this just isn't achievable. It's $150,000 for the deposit. We don't know how much the ticket costs because it depends on your relationship with Bezos. What's the counter-argument? What's the argument on how this progresses and advances people's everyday opportunity to go to space?
Yeah, the counter-argument is threefold, actually. The first is it helps the engineers with continuous repetition, which means that, again, they are doing this safely and they become more used to doing it. So the engines and the systems perform better, or it becomes more commonplace technically. The second is that if you think about the advent of air travel, it wasn't affordable to everyone. And so with these repetitions, we hope that the intention is it helps to bring down the cost so that you have more people able to go to space. And then thirdly, I think that what this does, and you alluded to this a bit with the 2 options, is it is it inspires others to start more rocket companies in America. It inspires others to see this as something that is, something we do every day and not once in a decade.
Esne, lean on your experience in office. How do you think the White House and the pending NASA administrator would view Blue's mission this morning?
I believe that pending NASA administrator also was on a similar flight. So one can't help but be excited that this is continuing, that there are more people given access to space. And I think that from the White House lens, when you see an American company continue to foster the innovation that we want to see coming from American ingenuity, that's a plus. And then thirdly, I think from the lens of NASA and even the White House too, you want to see American prominence, American leadership, and that's what you're seeing here.
Jeff Bezos has a very similar big picture view of the future of space. Like Elon Musk wants humankind to be multi-planetary species, I think Jeff Bezos talks about living and working in space. And you reference the future business model that Blue has of the future of international space stations, not the International Space Station. But with your experience, do you have line of sight to that future from a launch like such we had today?
Absolutely. The International Space Station is set to retire in about 6 years. So by 2030, we expect that to start being retired. And there are a number of launch companies, a number of space companies, including Blue Origin, that are working to replace this station. And we're not going to see one station because the International Space Station is quite large and was built over a decade. So you're going to see multiple options. You might have one for pharmaceuticals. You might have a space station for scientific research and another for space tourism, a space hotel, if you will. So what you see is this repetition of flying gives a lot of, it adds a lot of experience and expertise to the teams that are building what could be a future space station hotel.
Esne Uzo-Okoro from the Harvard Belfer Center. It's great to have you back on the program. Thank you very much. Now, coming up, NVIDIA plans for mass production of AI supercomputers that are built entirely in the United States. We've got details coming up in just a little bit. We are now basically flat on the NASDAQ 100 and have erased all of our gains. Principally, you see Apple still higher, but at session lows. It is NVIDIA and Amazon that are the drag. NVIDIA, interesting, as we'll go over the headlines from that company in just a moment. But certainly some of the wind taking out the sails of this technology-led market in just the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. See you in a minute. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is $1 trillion game. Won, lost, won again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever.
Everyone is selling the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you'll want to watch Primer, because details matter.
Lasers on?
So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels. Hope you're jotting this down.
US tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Surveillance.
I worry less about AI taking my job. I worry more about someone who uses AI really well taking my job. AI is still not going to have the human instinct and the judgment that you're going to need to have. You're still going to need to do oversight. There's a human in the loop, but now that developer is going to have a companion. And so what AI will allow us to do is not just go do things that humans don't do as well, but actually do things that humans don't have the time to get done.
Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance live every weekday.
Season is here.
Earnings season begins. Is corporate America in a good place?
Wall Street is bracing. Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We got Delta, Constellation, Brands.
The wave of big tech earnings.
We've seen a re-rating of earnings estimates.
I got to pay special attention to all this.
With the smartest insights.
Given the degree of uncertainty, you haven't really cut earnings estimates that much.
Anyone who says they have certainty on where the growth outlook is going, where earnings are going, is probably exaggerating.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
Okay, a news story from this morning. Intel will sell a 51% stake in its programmable chips unit Altera to Silver Lake Management for $8.75 billion as it spins off its non-central businesses. The deal's expected to close in the second half of 2025. Intel bought Altera 10 years ago for $17 billion. It's all part of new Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan's strategy to divest from non-core assets. Okay, another chip name, NVIDIA, is working to mass-produce AI supercomputers that are built entirely in the US by late 2026. It's ramping up development of 2 manufacturing plants in Texas and says it will produce $500 billion worth of AI infrastructure in the United States over the next 4 years. Bloomberg's Brody Ford joins me with some more details. I think it's really important to be honest with the audience about this story because it's been a multi-week thing with NVIDIA. What do they mean by produce $500 billion worth of AI infrastructure, Brody? And what we're talking about, I think, is assembling this system that they called accelerated computing, not just the fabrication of key chips.
That's a very important point. Yeah, I mean, electronics more than any other good really come a bit from everywhere, right? You buy a component from Vietnam, from China. In NVIDIA's case, I'm not certain, but it's coming from all over the world. And likely what we're speaking about here is some of that kind of later stage manufacturing assembly. NVIDIA isn't 100% clear in this, but what we know is that in recent weeks and recent months, there's been a lot of pressure for large companies, large tech companies to speak about how we are investing in the US. If tariffs come, if supply chain disruptions come, we are ready. And so that's kind of what NVIDIA is messaging today, that they are ramping up their production in the US, they will have capacity here, and they will make up to $500 billion worth of goods here in the US.
Just very quick, in Texas, who are the manufacturing partners?
Yeah, they're pairing up with Foxconn, Han Hai there in Texas. And so, I mean, essentially they are, it's kind of a who's who of the companies that are doing manufacturing. For Arizona, it's going to be TSMC and their big Phoenix campus we've heard a lot about.
Right, Bloomberg's Brody Ford out of New York City. Really appreciate it. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology, and what a start to the week it's been, particularly in the market's reaction. A lot of you are listening to us as a podcast, so you know exactly where you can find it, on the Bloomberg terminal, as well as online on Apple, Spotify, and on iHeart. A lot more to come throughout the week, particularly when it comes to technology stocks. From San Francisco, this is Bloomberg Technology.
up-to-the-minute financial and geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg. Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
I've never seen cash machines as lucrative as these companies are.
Just close your eyes and buy.
Many Koreans find this really shocking and unbelievable.
This needs to be a wake-up call for Europe.
You can have only one captain of the ship, and we are the captain of the ship.
You love it or hate it, you can't ignore it.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Is this a negotiation or the new rules of the game?
It could be either.
It is up to the president how he wants to negotiate.
A deal is going to be made with China. Nothing's over yet.
There's been a lot of confusion up to now.
A 90-day pause is not an eradication.
Where is this leading to?
Trust Bloomberg for all the context and clarity you need as the tariff and global economy story evolves.
This year's bear case, very quickly, becoming the base case.
Nobody covers tariffs like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Fu.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. And Scarlett, today's show is all about the big debate in buffers.
Yeah, and exactly how they perform during this market turmoil.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. So let's get to the biggest stories right now in the more than $15 trillion global ETF industry. And we start with AQR Capital Management coming out swinging against the rise in buffer ETFs. In just a few moments, we'll speak to the man who called the boom an investment failure. His name is Dan Villalon.
And then we'll get to the other side of the debate with Robert Hum of BlackRock, which sees the wider category of outcome ETFs tripling by 2030.
And Bill Ackman calling out triple leverage.
ओके गाइस, नेचुरल गैस का ध्यान रखना, मैं बार-बार रिपीट कर चुका हूं, ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस के लेवल को। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में अभी बाइंग नहीं बनी है, ध्यान रखना। यहाँ पर ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन गई थी सपोर्ट एरिया पे, तो उसके बाद बाइंग नहीं बनी थी। बाकी सेलर्स का टारगेट हो गया है, 90 पॉइंट मिल चुके हैं, पूरा प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा नीचे और आना चाहिए प्राइस को, तब थोड़ा सा बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे नहीं लेते हैं, इसलिए अभी तक बाइंग का ट्रेड लगाया नहीं है इसमें। लेट्स सी, थोड़ा सा अगर यहाँ पर बाइंग बनती है तो ये एक ट्रेड प्लान रहेगा उस केस में। छोटा सा। बाकी मैं प्राइस एक्शन बता चुका हूँ नेचुरल गैस का। पहली बार सपोर्ट पे आया था, हाई बनाया था, दूसरी बार आया लोअर हाई बनाया, तीसरी बार हायर हाई बना दिया था। ये फोर्थ टाइम आया है। यही है कि यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा एक हायर हाई सेकंड और थर्ड टाइम बना था, इसलिए अभी भी रुका हुआ है। अदरवाइज ये ब्रेक बहुत पहले हो जाना चाहिए था। हाँ, अभी नहीं बनाया, अभी तो नहीं है। ठीक है, बाकी सेलर्स निकल जाना, क्रूड का उनका हो गया टारगेट डन। सेलर्स का टारगेट डन। नैस्डैक में बता दिया मैंने लेवल, उनको प्लान कर सकते हो तो ठीक है, उसको भी होल्ड कर सकता है। श्योर श्योर। नहीं सही है वो भी। हाँ, सेलिंग का बताया था, सेलिंग किया हुआ था तो उसका टारगेट हो चुका है। ये 19,000 डे हाई के अराउंड 19,000 से 19,030 के बीच में रेजिस्टेंस था, सेलिंग आई। पहला टारगेट 18,880 था, वो दे दिया। उसके बाद सेकंड टारगेट भी 18,700 था, वो टच कर चुका है 18,700 को। ओपन हुआ था उसके बाद थोड़ी देर फ्लैट देन सेल ऑफ, अच्छा खासा सेल ऑफ आ गया। ब्रेक होना ही था इसमें, सेम प्राइस एक्शन फॉलो हुआ था जो नेचुरल गैस में हुआ था। मार्केट ने एक बार हाई बनाया था, दूसरी बार हायर हाई बनाया था, तीसरी बार लोअर हाई बनाया था, चौथी बार में ब्रेक हो गया नैस्डैक में 15 मिनट। नैस्डैक में बाइंग बनती है क्या? बाइंग बनती है इसमें नीचे से, अगर बाइंग करना चाह रहे हो तो इसमें एक 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग आईजी ब्रोकर ही है ना। हाँ, कितना है लेवल एग्जैक्टली देख लेते हैं एक बार। एटीन थाउजेंड फाइव थर्टी से 18,490 के बीच में बाई कर सकते हो, अच्छा लेवल है सपोर्ट का, दूसरी बार ही आएगा। बाकी देख लेना बाइंग कितनी आती है, क्योंकि अगर हायर हाई नहीं बना तो फिर वो ही वीक हो जाएगा। बाकी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस कहाँ मिलेगा अब इसको, वेयर इज द रेजिस्टेंस? फिर ऊपर आएगा तो 18,900 आपका रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर जाएगा। ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं होता, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे बाई नहीं होता। नीचे आता है 18,530 से 18,490 के बीच में, या फिर ऊपर आता है तो 18,930 से 18,960 के बीच में सेल और बाई दोनों कर सकते हो। दोनों ही लेवल बहुत अच्छे हैं। ना 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 ना। नहीं, क्रूड में अभी बाइंग नहीं बनी है भाई, क्रूड में बाइंग नहीं बनी है। बन सकती है, वेट कर लो, देखते हैं, अभी आने तो दो लेवल पे। ऊपर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई था, मैंने बताया ना, ये ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे नहीं लेते हैं डायरेक्टली बाइंग, सपोर्ट है बट बाइंग नहीं कर सकते, अभी थोड़ा सा वेट कर लो। बनेगा अगर यहाँ पर सपोर्ट पे 5,250 के अराउंड तो लेंगे, नहीं रहेगा तो जाने देंगे। आने दो तो 250 पर, 51 पे। ना 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 ना। कल का गैप फिल करने आया था क्या, ये मुझे नहीं पता। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस था, वहां से सेलिंग आई थी, एक नीचे सपोर्ट था, एक दो बार सपोर्ट ले गया था, लोअर हाई बना था, ब्रेक करके नीचे आ गया। ना 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 ना। Nvidia says it will build up to $500 billion of AI gear in US. $500 billion, wow.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Erica Herskowitz. Markets opened higher with tech giants like Apple leading the surge after temporary reciprocal tariff exemptions were made for phones, computers, and popular consumer electronics. The Dow is up 0.5%. The Nasdaq and S&P ahead 0.75%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.40%. The 2-year Treasury yield is at 3.87%. President Trump pledged he will still apply tariffs to phones, computers, and popular consumer electronics, downplaying a weekend exemption as a procedural step in his overall push to remake U.S. trade. The late Friday reprieve gave an exemption to a range of popular electronics from the 125% tariff on China and the 10% flat rate around the globe. We get more from Bloomberg's news senior editor Bill Ferries.
The administration is really pushing back on this idea that they're stepping away from the strategy of tariffs. Despite having, put a pause on those, a 90-day pause on those reciprocal tariffs that were briefly in place last week, and then over the weekend, basically saying that they are holding off on the 145% tariffs on a lot of consumer electronics and other things like that coming in from China.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Meanwhile, Nvidia shares are ahead 1% after the company announced mass production at its supercomputer plants in Texas is expected to ramp up in the next 12 to 15 months as it works to produce AI supercomputers entirely in the U.S. Nvidia plans to produce up to $500 billion of AI infrastructure in the U.S. in the next 4 years through partnerships with companies like TSMC, Foxconn, and Amkor. Intel shares are ahead nearly 3% after the chipmaker agreed to sell a 51% stake in its programmable chips unit, Altera, to Silver Lake Management, valuing Altera at $8.75 billion. The deal is expected to close in the second half of 2025, with Intel continuing to hold a 49% stake in the business with a change of CEOs.
Touchdown. Congratulations and welcome back to Earth.
The all-female crew of celebrities is back on Earth after heading to the edge of space Monday morning. Pop star Katy Perry and co-host of CBS Morning's Gayle King were among the 6 notables on board a Blue Origin flight. They were joined by Jeff Bezos' fiancée, Lauren Sanchez, as they soared to the edge of space and back for a roughly 11-minute trip to experience weightlessness. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
It is a rich person's sport at this stage, with the bigger picture, if you accept it, that they want to demonstrate that in the future, whatever timeline that is, space will be more accessible to everyday people.
That's Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. The flight was part of Blue Origin's space tourism model, which has faced criticism for its high cost and perceived extravagance during a time of economic hardship. Goldman Sachs stock traders posted their highest quarterly revenue haul on record, riding a wave of volatility triggered by an emerging global trade war that's roiled financial markets. Equity trading revenue rose 27% from a year earlier to almost $4.2 billion for the first 3 months of the year. But that's not all. Here's Bloomberg's Sonali Basak.
They beat on revenue, they beat on returns on tangible common equity, and they have a whopping buyback program as well, as you had mentioned a little bit before. Now, they miss on investment banking. A Goldman executive told me that there is actually a building of the investment banking pipeline. There's the 4th consecutive quarter of investment banking deals building under the surface. Now, the question is, when are these going to get done in IPO, M&As, and leverage finance?
Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. The results build on the sector's momentum from last week when Goldman peers, including JP Morgan Chase and Morgan Stanley, also notched record stock trading hauls for the period. Meta Platforms faces an historic antitrust trial beginning today that could force the tech giant to break off Instagram and WhatsApp. It bought the 2 startups more than a decade ago, and they have since grown into social media powerhouses. The Federal Trade Commission alleges that the acquisitions were illegal, should never have been approved, and should be broken up. The FAA says the helicopter tour company whose sightseeing chopper broke apart in flight and crashed in New York, killing the pilot and a family of 5 visitors from Spain, is shutting down operations immediately. The FAA, in a statement posted on X, also said it would launch an immediate review of New York Helicopter Tour's operating license and safety record. And court documents say a man who set fire to the Pennsylvania governor's mansion had planned to beat Governor Josh Shapiro with a hammer if he found him. The fire left significant damage and forced Shapiro, his family, and guests to evacuate the building early Sunday. 38-year-old Cody Ballmer is facing charges, including attempted homicide, terrorism, aggravated arson, and aggravated assault. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Erica Herskowitz, and this is Bloomberg.
As a student of innovation and studying what is happening in China right now, we're astonished at what's happening from an innovation point of view. When the government here puts out an objective,
yes,
the entrepreneurial zeal of the people takes over and they accomplish incredible things.
Good morning from London. I'm Kriti Gupta alongside Guy Johnson. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. President Donald Trump pledged tariffs are still coming on smartphones, computers, and other electronics, downplaying a weekend exemption as a procedural step in his push to remake U.S. trade. And the dollar continues to weaken as worries around the U.S. trade balance and deficit pressure the Treasury curve and amplify those trade worries. How prepared is China in all of this? We're going to dive into the latest data as President Xi Jinping aims to woo Southeast Asian nations. Guy.
In honor of Rory McIlroy, there is an awful lot of green on the screen this morning. He wins the green jacket. And as you can see, markets respond. I joke, of course, we are watching very carefully what is happening with the tariff story. You've got Euro Stoxx 50 futures up strongly. Keep an eye on the tech trade today. That is where the centre of attention is likely to be. The Nasdaq is up by 1.45% in terms of the futures trade that we're anticipating out of the States. You've got the Euro bid as well. We're up by 0.2%. The dollar is definitely down this morning. That is one of the narratives we'll come back to. And the US 30-year, even the US 30-year, in honour of Rory McIlroy, is in the green this morning. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Well, that's going to be announced very soon, and we'll be discussing it. But we'll also talk to companies. You have to show a certain flexibility.
So some products there's flexibility for some products?
For some products, yeah, maybe.
The president's on Air Force One being asked about tariffs on iPhones. To be honest, Kriti, I'm pretty confused. So it looks like we're basically setting up for another week of massive confusion around tariffs, this time around tech tariffs.
But I guess if there's one point of clarity, it's that we know the sectoral tariffs are coming. So we know that in all the confusion that exists, at least there's going to be one kind of potential trading point that sectoral tariffs are coming. Was this part of the strategy? We don't know. But at the end of the day, if there is a bull case to be had, and I'm kind of clutching at straws here for the bull case, just given all the volatility, is that even just for the temporary basis, the number on some of these electronics are still less than 145%. Even with the fentanyl tariffs, even with the 20% and the 34% and all the numbers, it is still less than the 145.
Doesn't it just sort of act as a way of exposing just how embedded US tech is into China and how important it is and how problematic it's going to be, therefore, if Trump is determined and Besson is determined to isolate China from the US economy. They are so intertwined. Apple is so into China in such a massive way that withdrawing is going to be difficult.
So Tim Cook did a really notable job in the first Trump administration getting iPhones exempted from that whole China story. But in the meantime, diversifying away from China and creating the supply chain now into India that he can kind of draw on. He hasn't been so lucky this time around, even after attending the inauguration with several of his tech counterparts.
So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how long the bump that we get from the temporary part of this lasts, because it is temporary. Look, Nick said it, Trump said it. It clearly is, as you say, we are heading towards some sort of sectoral story here. I don't know, what could that look like? I have no idea what the number could look like, but it is going to be, it's going to raise the price of these products in the United States. So I wonder how long before that is the part that ultimately gets priced in. Yes, it's not 145, but it could be a pretty punchy number.
It could be a pretty punchy number. The whiplash over the weekend when the markets were closed was unreal. I mean, it's just the moment of kind of brief optimism from the tech crowd, including the likes of Dan Ives, by the way, who went from Uber tech bull to Uber tech bear very, very quickly, and then back again. I think it's also important that we're talking here about, and a lot of the analyst knows, I don't know if you've seen this, is you had this idea of peak uncertainty kind of in the rearview mirror. That peak uncertainty had already passed. And I thought that was really interesting because that phrase came up so much over the weekend.
I just don't know. I don't know. Are we heading for another week like last week? I don't know. What could go on here? I don't know. The volatility in the policy story is so hard to read at the moment. As you say, I'm almost glad it happened over the weekend, though. In some ways, all of this stuff should be limited to weekends so we can go through the arc of it all. And by the end of it, hopefully have some resolution. I'm not sure we have some sort of resolution here, but this stuff is coming out all over the shop. Mid-session, you've got a tech story over the week. Who knows when it's going to come out? It could come out at any moment. Clearly, there is still concern around the bigger picture, though. You could see that, I think, in the dollar this morning. The dollar continues to be an area of weakness. We do have a bid back into treasuries at the long end, so that at least maybe is signs of some stabilisation. But you've got an awful lot of ground to cover this week. And it is interesting that the dollar story is still there as a negative, you could argue, in terms of how the market is voting on what Trump is doing. Basically, it is signaling that assets are leaving the United States.
There's the trade piece of it, which absolutely is weighing on the dollar, and we've seen that across U.S. assets as well. Then the idea of the kind of the deficit, the trade balance, all of these kind of fundamentals from, I would argue, September of 2023 has kind of come back into the conversation. We are counting down to that debt ceiling in July. We're counting down to that. This is the chart that I think is really important for our audience because you can just see how much investors are really hedging against further dollar weakness. You've already seen them gone neutral. You've already seen them quite bearish. They're saying there's more to come, at least when you look at the options market.
Absolutely. So the beneficiaries of this, I look at Europe. So the euro is trading strongly into an ECB meeting this week, which I think could be fascinating because it's an ECB meeting that could deliver a cut. So how does the FX market respond to a cut from the ECB? Is that something that takes the steam out a little bit of the euro story, or in some ways could it turbocharge it because the European economy is getting a boost at this point? Now it's obviously off a very low base, but it is getting a boost.
It's getting a boost in terms of the asset classes, but the European economy still has the same problems that arguably the U.S. economy has. They're still talking about deficits. They're still talking about overspending. They're talking about a supply chain issue. The narrative around the European economy is really a narrative shift around Germany specifically, and the idea that somehow the German fiscal spend will come to the rescue of the broader European economic story. But is that a temporary situation? The next 3 months, Europe kind of outperforms, and then it reverts back.
It's interesting. You look at all the investor surveys at the moment that are being done. People are saying we're going to take money out of the United States and we're going to put it to work in developed markets, which basically means Europe at this point. They're singling out Europe as being as an investment destination for equity money in particular, and it's going to flow out of the United States and into Europe. And obviously that's a real money story. that in theory should boost what is happening with the euro as well. Let's talk about China. I'm not sure how you read the data this morning. I looked at it first thing and kind of largely ignored it. Clearly, there's been a lot of front running. There has been a lot of front running. Chinese exports are up way more than anticipated. That is understandable. This is March data. Imports are down, but it basically tells you about an economy that has front-run the tariffs. The next set of data, I think, will be the interesting ones.
Yeah, the front-running of the tariffs, but we've seen that in the data set for the last 3 months or so on the anticipation of that tariffs exist. I think the question around China is that they feel very prepared for this. They've had they're looking to diversify. Xi Jinping is in Vietnam at the moment. He's on a tour in Southeast Asia to a lot of the countries, by the way, that are getting also hit by the tariffs in a very, very big way. He's also speaking to a lot of the European leaders. This was a conversation last week as well. At the same time, they're kind of pumping in this fiscal stimulus. They're keeping an eye on the stock market. There's a question of devaluation. The narrative that I've heard in the last week has been, do they or do they not sell treasuries? Yeah. Are they going to be doing that? Do we know? I've seen it both sides. Some people saying it's already happened. Others saying, actually, the hard frequency data doesn't say it yet.
You just need to do a little bit. Shirley Wren's written a nice piece about this today. Just a little bit here, a little bit there, just to keep the treasury market unstable. Just to kind of sell at just the right times. You don't even need to sell very much to freak everybody out because the market's so sensitive at the moment. Just want to factor in another part of the narrative as well. LVMH has got sales and revenue numbers down a little bit later on. I think the numbers will drop at about 4:40 London time. There's a call at around 5 o'clock London time. It's the new CFO on that call. It's going to be really interesting to see what LVMH says about what is happening in the United States, where it's highly exposed, what's happening in China. That kind of what happens with the consumer story, I think, is going to be really interesting. And LVMH, I think, will particularly give us an upper-end view of what is going on, but also the wealth effect, which I think is something we haven't talked a lot about recently. The stock market keeps going down. What is the wealth effect? Do people stop spending? There's already some early evidence that that is going to be happening. So we've got a lot to discuss this Monday morning. We'll probably all really talk about the golf, but we'll talk about what else is going on as well. Jordan Rochester from Mizuho is going to be joining us, FIC Head of Strategy. Kevin Gordon, Charles Schwab, Senior Investment Strategist. Nuria Rubini is going to be here as well, Rubini Macro Associates. And Diana Choileva, Inodo Economics Chief Economist, is going to be joining us to give us a take on what is happening in China. What is China up to? How prepared is it? What is going on? We will ask her a little bit later.
Plenty of great conversations coming up. Plenty of data and plenty of earnings throughout the week as well. Something we haven't talked about this morning is, of course, the slew of numbers we got out of JP Morgan, Wells Fargo on Friday. Goldman Sachs is going to be reporting today, plus a slew of other bank earnings throughout the week as well. We've got UK employment on Tuesday as well. And then it kind of all goes down to monetary policy later in the week. Chair Powell, what is he going to be making all of this? U.S. retail sales will show up, perhaps reflecting some of that kind of worries in the consumer confidence data. And then the ECB rate decision. But I think the highlight really is that we get Friday off. We get a little bit of a break.
It's a short day. It's a short week. You've got another short week coming up as well. I wonder how you manage risk this week. Just because we've got 4 days.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen over 4 days? I would argue you put all the news into those 4 days. We can go through the full arc of everything that we need to know and hopefully come back on Tuesday morning being fully informed with an accurate picture of what is going to happen. That ain't going to happen. I know that's not going to happen, but it'd be nice.
In terms of the data, though, I'm curious, is it what we're going to wait, of course, wait for Chair Powell and what he has to say as well. But to me, I think the bank earnings are really crucial there. What Jamie Dimon said last week, he's ringing the alarm. He's saying, look, recession odds are there. Chair Powell is fully capable of stepping in. But he went from an uber consumer bull of American resilience and consumer exceptionalism to saying, actually, guys, we have a problem.
He has been talking about the hurricane for a while, though. He has been talking about the storm gathering. It's not all been plain sailing in Jamie's view as to what is going on in the world for quite some time. Obviously, there's turbocharges, all of that. So what else you need to know this Monday morning? Iran has said talks with the United States over the weekend were, quote, constructive. Saturday's meeting was the first top-level meeting between Washington and Tehran since 2022 and marks a renewed effort to resolve a standoff over Iran's nuclear program. President Trump has said repeatedly he wants a deal or he will resort to military action. The next meeting is now scheduled for April the 19th. UK officials are rushing to secure raw materials needed to keep Britain's last primary steel manufacturer running. The government passed an emergency bill on Saturday to take control of British Steel after talks with its Chinese owner broke down. The UK Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, spoke about the takeover at an emergency session of the House of Commons.
Since taking office, this government has been negotiating in good faith with British Steel's owners, Xingye. We have worked tirelessly to find a way forward, making a generous offer of support to British Steel that included sensible, common-sense conditions to protect the workforce, to protect taxpayers' money, and create a commercially viable company for the future.
From one extreme to the other, tech giant Meta and America's Federal Trade Commission will meet in court today in a high-stakes case that could result in the social media giant being forced to divest Instagram and WhatsApp. The FTC is accusing Meta of buying the two businesses to stifle competition. It's a case that started in the first Trump presidency and will be a big test of his new administration's willingness to take on big tech. The sense seems to be that the FTC and its lawyers face an uphill battle here, that it is going to be difficult to achieve that divestment story. But nevertheless, it just shines a light, I think, on the Trump administration and what its policy towards big tech is going to be. Because at the moment, it feels like it's all over the place. We come back to what is happening with Apple. We look at this case here. The expectation was that Zuckerberg would have an in with this administration, that Tim Cook would have an in with this administration. Setting out to be a bumpier ride than many, I suspect, in Silicon Valley would have hoped for.
Well, we were waiting for the deregulation that he was screaming for on the campaign trail, and that meant for a lot of people more M&A activity. But take a look at what's happening to M&A activity right now anyways. They're looking at the volatility in these public markets. They're saying, let's give it a second. Facebook, Meta, Apple, Amazon, all these big tech names aren't able to position and grow that quickly. They do it through acquisition. So this is going to be a really crucial one.
Yeah, they did it through acquisition. Certainly in the early days, that was the idea. This is an antitrust case. It'd be interesting to see how. So I think Meta's idea will be to present this as the consumer is benefiting here.
Yeah.
I.e., these businesses are better within our fold than they are as individual standalone entities. And as a result, the consumer has benefited from that. So it's going to be interesting to see the two different ways of approaching this from Meta's side and also from the FTC side. Yeah. We'll watch very carefully, I think.
Well, and is the FTC just going to be sending a different message than what Meta is dealing with right here in Europe with the European Commission? That's going to be certainly something we keep a very, very close eye on. In addition to what's coming up on the show, we were talking at the very start about this kind of change or gear shift around some of the chip stories and the technology. Infineon up sharply on trade day. We're going to see what the ripple effects of that are. Plus, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warning of stormy seas ahead amid Donald Trump's trade war. We're going to dive into the details and some more of the bank commentary throughout the week. But up next, we're going to dive more into the markets. Nicholas Brooks from ICG will be joining the program. If you have any questions of your own for us or for our guests, get involved in the conversation. IB plus BBTV Go is the function on your terminal. This is Bloomberg.
From our perspective, we're seeing a complete deleveraging of positions, and that's what's been driving it. So whether it's been swap spread trades, whether it's been the Treasury basis, whether it's been investors who sold Germany and bought the U.S., all those things have begun to unwind, and it's put a lot of downward pressure on Treasury prices.
Well, Michael, global head of fixed income at JP Morgan Asset Management, speaking to the surveillance crew yesterday as we came into this new week. I think the Treasury curve has been steepening for 9 straight weeks now. Valerie's here with the details.
Yeah, steepening for 9 straight weeks, Guy, and every day yesterday, last week, the 10-year yield headed higher. 60 basis point rise in the 10-year yield last week, but it looks like there is a bit of calm when it comes to the Treasury market. We are lower all across the curve. That 10-year yield lower by nearly 3 basis points. So while there is some calm in the Treasury market, though, there is still other trades that are extending. The main one being dollar weakness. We're seeing the dollar headed lower this morning, hitting fresh lows for the year, trading at a lows not seen since last October. The main outperformer on the back of this is the Japanese yen. And Guy, I think this tells us that those repatriation flows out of dollars into home currencies might still be continuing. The yen is particularly vulnerable to that kind of repatriation flows as a large chunk of Japanese investments are held abroad. So to keep an eye on dollar yen and also on the euro for any hints of those repatriation flows continuing. Guy, I want to end with one chart that I found very shocking. 5 years ago on the onset of COVID, if you plowed your money into gold instead of the S&P 500, you would have now returned the same. The recent decline in the equity market compared to the recent new record after record for the yellow metal has now shown over the last 5 years they're neck and neck on returns.
It's amazing, isn't it? Kind of one equity is in theory very risky. Gold in theory isn't. It's interesting to see how divergent this market is. Valerie, thank you very much indeed. Let's get more on these markets. Nicholas Brooks, Head of Economic Investment Research at ICG, joining us around the table. Good morning. What's going on with the US Treasury market right now?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a realignment from investors. We've had 2 years where everyone has viewed the U.S. as sort of in an exceptional position of 2 to 3% economic growth, inflation coming down at a steady pace, people feeling very comfortable with the outlook, money going into the S&P 500. We're now seeing a complete shift because there's a huge amount of uncertainty, of course, because of these tariff policies. The concern is that the U.S. growth, the U.S. economy is going to slow potentially quite sharply. So the questions about, how quickly the Fed might have to cut. And then on top of that, we have the Treasury market issue of what already has been a large amount of supply coming into the market from the U.S. Treasury. And the concerns are if we see a slowdown in growth, fiscal deficit widens even further, and we're going to see an even bigger supply coming into the market, hence yields start to rise.
So we've got this kind of multiple set of factors coming into the Treasury market. Just want to come back to Valerie's last chart on gold.
Yeah.
Are Treasuries safe havens? Because in theory, what should happen at this point is that equities start to come under pressure, Treasuries catch a bid. But that's not happening. Gold is catching a bid, Treasuries aren't.
Yeah.
Again, what does that tell you about investor sentiment and what is going on out there?
Yeah, no, I think, and what's interesting is gold has been rallying for quite some time now. I think structurally the U.S. has been running big fiscal deficits under Biden, and now it appears we're going to continue to see that under Trump. And the concern at that point is the dollar a safe haven in the medium to long term? So people are diversifying. So I don't think people are wholesale selling dollars and saying, it's the end for the U.S. But I think long-term investors are saying, maybe we need a bit more euro, maybe we need a bit more gold, maybe we need a bit more Swedish krona. But what we need to do is diversify ourselves away from the U.S. dollar.
There's a question here, in addition to a potential stop in business sentiment or business investment, a potential stop in consumer investment as well, that the lack of spending from the government is ultimately what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and that we're talking about these massive federal layoffs, we're talking about defense contracts that are kind of going away and dissipating as well. To what extent is that the underpriced risk in this market?
No, I think that's right. And I think, as you probably spoke about on Friday, the data coming out of the U.S. on the consumer sentiment is quite worrying. We've had 3 consecutive months of sharp falls. And again, inflation expectations rising, and that puts some constraint on the Fed to react to that. And then on top of that, we're getting cuts in government spending coming through. So I think the combination of these factors, plus actually what you mentioned earlier on, is the wealth effect. Yeah. The stock market's falling. People are still looking in the U.S. at pretty high mortgage costs. So are we going to see a further, down leg in private consumption? So I think we're in a pretty difficult place right now in the U.S.
You mentioned that kind of digestibility being an issue when it comes to extra issuance from the Treasury market as well. Is there an argument here that there's too much liquidity in the system, not just in the Treasury market, but in the equity market as well, that would almost dissuade some sort of Powell put?
Interesting. Yeah, to be honest, I think where the Powell put comes more into question is the inflation expectations. Looking at those long-term inflation expectations rising so substantially, I think is very worrying to the Fed and to any central bank, because, of course, what they worry about is that self-reinforcing cycle. And it's the worst-case scenario, the so-called stagflation scenario, where you have growth slowing and a central bank in a position where they can't really cut aggressively to shore things up.
So what's the advice right now? Very little clarity, a lot of opacity, a very bumpy policy path ahead.
Yeah.
What do you do as an investor right now? You talked about diversification a little bit earlier on. Is that just potluck? Because in some ways, some of these countries are being affected by Trump policy. You get a reaction in the other country as well. I diversify, but I don't know which bits of my portfolio are going to be affected by the trade war. Yeah. So what do I do? Just to go as broad as I can?
I think what a lot of people are doing, and I think it's rational, and often this is not a rational thing to do, are moving to cash and moving to the sidelines or moving into gold. If you're in liquid markets, if you're in more private markets and you're looking long-term investor, well, you might be looking at this volatility as creating opportunity to find some good value for a long-term investment. So, so for me, it would be cash, gold, private markets with a long-term time horizon.
Do I own cash because I think better opportunities are coming, or do I own cash because I'm seeking safety?
I would say you'd be holding cash just to watch and see how things pan out. And I think ultimately we will have a better buying opportunity.
Okay.
So I think it's just waiting for that time, and no one knows what it is because no one knows what those tariff policies are going to look like tomorrow, next week, or a month from now.
Doesn't holding cash, though, make you more susceptible to any sort of inflationary shock?
Good point. Well, I guess what I would say to that is the idea would be that you wouldn't be in cash for too long, you would hope. But wait until we see how these policies play out, because they seem to be changing pretty much every day and every week. And until that settles down, I think it makes more sense to sit on the sidelines and watch.
You're still getting 4% at the front end of the curve.
Sure. For how long?
I know, but sure. But the Fed's not cutting at the moment. So let's assume that you keep 4%. You're basically matching inflation, aren't you?
I guess so. Sure. And then until it flips in like 3 days, right? Isn't that the concern of this volatility? You can't actually bank on that 4%. It is quite literally picking your moments. Is what
you can't bank on anything right now.
Right.
I guess that's the challenge.
And that's the challenge. And I would say that's why sitting in cash, no one wants to do that for too long.
Yeah.
But we are in a period of massive flux right now, and one would hope it will start to settle down in the next few months.
Gold doesn't deliver any yield.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, but maybe the S&P 500 does. Who knows? Nicholas Brooks, head of economic investment research at ICG, joining us around the table this morning. We're going to continue the markets conversation and how you digest these markets, how you digest this news flow. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
Monday the 14th, good morning. 30 minutes until the start of equity trading here in Europe. Bonds have just started trading. We'll get to those in just a second. This is what futures look like. Heavily influenced this morning, I suspect, by tech. You're going to see some of the big tech names out of Europe. Infineon, maybe one of those names, bouncing quite strongly. This on the back of the carve out for US tech, which apparently is temporary. Who knows what the ultimate tariffs will ultimately be? We'll wait and see at some point this week, maybe. Could be today. Who knows? Anyway, let's talk about what's happening in the bond market, which is actually probably a little bit more interesting right now. You have German 10 years UNCH, OATs moving a little bit. There's a bid back there. What you do have is a fairly decent-sized move in BTPs. Italy's rating was upgraded by S&P Global Ratings Friday afternoon. That is now being priced in to the BTP market this morning. So just keep an eye on what is happening there. Inflation, obviously a factor in all of this as we work our way towards the ECB meeting on Thursday, but also a factor in the United States right now. So we try and watch which piece of data we should be focusing on when it comes to the inflation.
Good morning from London. I'm Kriti Gupta alongside Guy Johnson. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. President Donald Trump pledged tariffs are still coming on smartphones, computers, and other electronics, downplaying a weekend exemption as a procedural step in his push to remake U.S. trade. And the dollar continues to weaken as worries around the U.S. trade balance and deficit pressure the Treasury curve and amplify those trade worries. How prepared is China in all of this? We're going to dive into the latest data as President Xi Jinping aims to woo Southeast Asian nations. Guy.
In honor of Rory McIlroy, there is an awful lot of green on the screen this morning. He wins the green jacket. And as you can see, markets respond. I joke, of course, we are watching very carefully what is happening with the tariff story. You've got Euro Stoxx 50 futures up strongly. Keep an eye on the tech trade today. That is where the centre of attention is likely to be. The Nasdaq is up by 1.45% in terms of the futures trade that we're anticipating out of the States. You've got the Euro bid as well. We're up by 0.2%. The dollar is definitely down this morning. That is one of the narratives we'll come back to. And the US 30-year, even the US 30-year, in honor of Rory McIlroy, is in the green this morning. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Well, that's going to be announced very soon, and we'll be discussing it. But we'll also talk to companies. You know, you have to show a certain flexibility.
So some products there's flexibility for some products?
For some products, yeah, maybe.
The president on Air Force One being asked about tariffs on iPhones. To be honest, Crudy, I'm pretty confused. So it looks like we're basically setting up for another week of massive confusion around tariffs, this time around tech tariffs.
But I guess that if there's one point of clarity, it's that we know the sectoral tariffs are coming. So we know that in all the confusion that exists, at least there's going to be one kind of potential trading point that sectoral tariffs are coming. Was this part of the strategy? We don't know. But at the end of the day, if there is a bull case to be had, and I'm kind of clutching at straws here for the bull case, just given all the volatility, is that even just for the temporary basis, the number on some of these electronics are still less than 145%. Even with the fentanyl tariffs, even with the 20% and the 34% and all the numbers, it is still less than the 145.
Doesn't it just sort of act as a way of exposing just how embedded US tech is into China and how important it is and how problematic it's going to be, therefore, if Trump is determined and Besson is determined to isolate China from the US economy? They are so intertwined. Apple is so into China in such a massive way that withdrawing is going to be difficult.
So Tim Cook did a really notable job in the first Trump administration getting iPhones exempted from that whole China story. But in the meantime, diversifying away from China and creating the supply chain now into India that he can kind of draw on. He hasn't been so lucky this time around, even after attending the inauguration with several of his tech counterparts.
So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how long the bump that we get from the temporary part of this lasts, because it is temporary. Lutnick said it, Trump said it. It clearly is, as you say, we are heading towards some sort of sectoral story here. I don't know, what could that look like? I have no idea what the number could look like, but it is going to be, it's going to raise the price of these products in the United States. So I wonder how long before that is the part that ultimately gets price in. Yes, it's not 145, but it could be a pretty punchy number.
It could be a pretty punchy number. The whiplash over the weekend when the markets were closed was unreal. I mean, it's just a moment of kind of brief optimism from the tech crowd, including the likes of Dan Ives, by the way, who went from Uber tech bull to Uber tech bear very, very quickly and then back again. I think it's also important that we're talking here about, and a lot of the analyst knows, I don't know if you've seen this, is you had this idea of peak uncertainty kind of in the rearview mirror. That peak uncertainty had already passed. And I thought that was really interesting because that phrase came up so much over the weekend.
I just don't know. I don't know. Are we heading for another week like last week? I don't know. What could go on here? I don't know. The volatility in the policy story is so hard to read at the moment. As you say, I'm almost glad it happened over the weekend, though. In some ways, all of this stuff should be limited to weekends so we can go through the arc of it all. And by the end of it, hopefully have some resolution. I'm not sure we have some sort of resolution here, but this stuff is coming out all over the shop. Mid-session, you've got a tech story over the week. Who knows when it's going to come out? It could come out at any moment. Clearly, there is still concern around the bigger picture, though. You could see that, I think, in the dollar this morning. The dollar continues to be an area of weakness. We do have a bid back into treasuries at the long end, so that at least maybe is signs of some stabilisation. But you've got an awful lot of ground to cover this week. And it is interesting that the dollar story is still there as a negative, you could argue, in terms of how the market is voting on what Trump is doing. Basically, it is signaling that assets are leaving the United States.
There's the trades piece of it, which absolutely is weighing on the dollar. And we've seen that across U.S. assets as well. Then the idea of the kind of the deficit, the trade balance, all of these kind of fundamentals from, I would argue, September of 2023 has kind of come back into the conversation. We are counting down to that debt ceiling in July. We're counting down to that. This is the chart that I think is really important for our audience because you can just see how much investors are really hedging against further dollar weakness. You've already seen them gone neutral. You've already seen them quite bearish. They're saying there's more to come, at least when you look at the options market.
Absolutely. So the beneficiaries of this, I look at Europe. So the euro is trading strongly into an ECB meeting this week, which I think could be fascinating because it's an ECB meeting that could deliver a cut. So how does the FX market respond to a cut from the ECB? Is that something that takes the steam out a little bit of the euro story, or in some ways could it turbocharge it because the European economy is getting a boost at this point? Now it's obviously off a very low base, but it is getting a boost.
It's getting a boost in terms of the asset classes, but the European economy still has the same problems that arguably the U.S. economy has. They're still talking about deficits. They're still talking about overspending. They're talking about a supply chain issue. The narrative around the European economy is really a narrative shift around Germany specifically, and the idea that somehow the German fiscal spend will come to the rescue of the broader European economic story. But is that a temporary situation? The next 3 months, Europe kind of outperforms and then it reverts back.
It's interesting. You look at all the investor surveys at the moment that are being done. People are saying we're going to take money out of the United States and we're going to put it to work in developed markets, which basically means Europe at this point. They're singling out Europe as being as an investment destination for equity money in particular, and it's going to flow out of the United States and into Europe. And obviously that's a real money story that in theory should boost what is happening with the euro as well. Let's talk about China. I'm not sure how you read the data this morning. I looked at it first thing and kind of largely ignored it. Clearly there's been a lot of front running. There has been a lot of front running. Chinese exports are up way more than anticipated. That is understandable. This is March data. Imports are down, but it basically tells you about an economy that has front-run the tariffs. The next set of data, I think, will be the interesting ones.
Yeah, the front-running of the tariffs, but we've seen that in the data set for the last 3 months or so on the anticipation of that tariffs exist. I think the question around China is that they feel very prepared for this. They're looking to diversify. Xi Jinping is in Vietnam at the moment. He's on a tour in Southeast Asia to a lot of the countries, by the way, that are getting also hit by the tariffs in a very, very big way. He's also speaking to a lot of the European leaders. This was a conversation last week as well. At the same time, they're kind of pumping in this fiscal stimulus. They're keeping an eye on the stock market. There's a question of devaluation. The narrative that I've heard in the last week has been, do they or do they not sell treasuries? Yeah. Are they going to be doing that? Do we know? I've seen it both sides. Some people saying it's already happened. Others saying, actually, the hard frequency data doesn't say it yet.
It just needs to do a little bit. Shirley Wren's written a nice piece about this today. Just a little bit here, a little bit there, just to keep the treasury market unstable. Just to kind of sell at just the right times. You don't even need to sell very much to freak everybody out because the market's so sensitive at the moment. Just want to factor in another part of the narrative as well. LVMH has got sales and revenue numbers down a little bit later on. I think the numbers will drop at about 4:40 London time. There's a call at around 5 o'clock London time. It's the new CFO on that call. It's going to be really interesting to see what LVMH says about what is happening in the United States, where it's highly exposed, what's happening in China. That kind of what happens with the consumer story, I think, is going to be really interesting. And LVMH, I think, will particularly give us an upper-end view of what is going on. But also the wealth effect, which I think is something we haven't talked a lot about recently. The stock market keeps going down. What is the wealth effect? Do people stop spending? There's already some early evidence that is going to be happening. So we've got a lot to discuss this Monday morning. We'll probably all really talk about the golf, but we'll talk about what else is going on as well. Jordan Rochester from Mizuho is going to be joining us, FIC Head of Strategy. Kevin Gordon, Charles Schwab, Senior Investment Strategist. Nuria Rubini is going to be here as well, Rubini Macro Associates. And Diana Choileva, Inodo Economics Chief Economist, is going to be joining us to give us a take on what is happening in China. What is China up to? How prepared is it? What is going on? We will ask her a little bit later.
Plenty of great conversations coming up, plenty of data and plenty of earnings throughout the week as well. Something we haven't talked about this morning is, of course, the slew of numbers we got out of JP Morgan, Wells Fargo on Friday. Goldman Sachs is going to be reporting today, plus a slew of other bank earnings throughout the week as well. We've got UK employment on Tuesday as well. And then it kind of all goes down to monetary policy later in the week. Chair Powell, what is he going to be making all of this? U.S. retail sales will show up, perhaps reflecting some of that kind of worries in the consumer confidence data. And then the ECB rate decision. But I think the highlight really is that we get Friday off. We get a little bit of a break.
It's a short day. It's a short week. You've got another short week coming up as well. I wonder how you manage risk this week. Just because we've got 4 days.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen over 4 days? I would argue you put all the news into those 4 days. We can go through the full arc of everything that we need to know and hopefully come back on Tuesday morning being fully informed with an accurate picture of what is going to happen. That ain't going to happen. I know that's not going to happen, but it'd be nice.
In terms of the data, though, I'm curious, is it what we're going to, of course, wait for Chair Powell and what he has to say as well. But to me, I think the bank earnings are really crucial there. What Jamie Dimon said last week, he's ringing the alarm. He's saying, look, recession odds are there. Chair Powell is fully capable of stepping in. But he went from an uber consumer bull of American resilience and consumer exceptionalism to saying actually, guys, we have a problem.
He has been talking about the hurricane for a while, though. He has been talking about the storm gathering. It's not all been plain sailing in Jamie's view as to what is going on in the world for quite some time. Obviously, there's turbocharges, all of that. So what else do you need to know this Monday morning? Iran has said talks with the United States over the weekend were, quote, constructive. Saturday's meeting was the first top-level meeting between Washington and Tehran since 2022 and marks a renewed effort to resolve a standoff over Iran's nuclear program. President Trump has said repeatedly he wants a deal or he will resort to military action. The next meeting is now scheduled for April the 19th. UK officials are rushing to secure raw materials needed to keep Britain's last primary steel manufacturer running. The government passed an emergency bill on Saturday to take control of British Steel after talks with its Chinese owner broke down. The UK Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, spoke about the takeover at an emergency session of the House of Commons.
Since taking office, this government has been negotiating in good faith with British Steel's owners, Xingye. We have worked tirelessly to find a way forward, making a generous offer of support to British Steel that included sensible, common-sense conditions to protect the workforce, to protect taxpayers' money, and create a commercially viable company for the future.
From one extreme to the other, tech giant Meta and America's Federal Trade Commission will meet in court today in a high-stakes case that could result in the social media giant being forced to divest Instagram and WhatsApp. The FTC is accusing Meta of buying the two businesses to stifle competition. It's a case that started in the first Trump presidency and will be a big test of his new administration's willingness to take on big tech. The sense seems to be that the FTC and its lawyers face an uphill battle here, that it is going to be difficult to achieve that divestment story. But nevertheless, it just shines a light, I think, on the Trump administration and what its policy towards big tech is going to be. Because at the moment, it feels like it's all over the place. We come back to what is happening with Apple. We look at this case here. The expectation was that Zuckerberg would have an in with this administration, that Tim Cook would have an in with this administration. It's turning out to be a bumpier ride than many, I suspect, in Silicon Valley would have hoped for.
Well, we were waiting for the deregulation that he was screaming for on the campaign trail, and that meant for a lot of people more M&A activity. But take a look at what's happening to M&A activity right now anyways. They're looking at the volatility in these public markets. They're saying, let's give it a second. Facebook, Meta, Apple, Amazon, all these big tech names aren't able to position and grow that quickly. They do it through acquisition. So this is going to be a really crucial one.
Yeah, they did it through acquisition. Certainly in the early days, that was the idea. This is an antitrust case. It'd be interesting to see how. So I think Meta's idea will be to present this as the consumer is benefiting here.
Yeah.
i.e., these businesses are better within our fold than they are as individual standalone entities, and as a result, the consumer has benefited from that. So it's going to be interesting to see the two different ways of approaching this from Meta's side and also from the FTC side. Yeah. We'll watch very carefully, I think.
Well, and is the FTC just going to be sending a different message than what Meta is dealing with right here in Europe with the European Commission? That's going to be certainly something we keep a very, very close eye on. In addition to what's coming up on the show, we were talking at the very start about this kind of change or gear shift around some of the chip stories and the technology. Infineon up sharply on trade day. We're going to see what the ripple effects of that are. Plus, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Erica Herskowitz. An early stock rally has lost momentum as volatility persists, with most big tech falling and treasuries extending gains. President Trump's now halted tariffs on popular electronics such as smartphones and computers, which the White House insists won't be long-lived, is sending stocks mixed. The Dow is up 0.1%, the Nasdaq down 0.1%, the S&P is up 0.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.40%. The 2-year Treasury yield is at 3.86%. NEC Director Kevin Hassett spoke to reporters Monday morning following the weekend's decision from the White House on tariff exemptions.
Pretty much everything's going to be covered. The question is which law applies. And so if there's something that has a national security effect on things, so if we buy it from some other country, then we might be unprepared off that thing, then that's going to be in a 232 bucket. But then we've got the reciprocal bucket, which is kind of most everything else.
NEC Director Kevin Hassett. The weekend saw Trump exclude popular consumer electronics from 125% tariffs on China and a 10% baseline global tariff. The move exempted more than $101 billion in U.S. imports from China alone and was seen as a short-term win for U.S. tech champions like Apple and Nvidia. Right now, Apple shares are ahead more than 2%. Nvidia shares, though, down 1%. Intel shares are ahead 1.8% after the company agreed to sell a 51% stake in its programmable chips unit Altera to Silver Lake Management, valuing Altera at $8.75 billion. The deal is expected to close in the second half of 2025, with Intel continuing to hold a 49% stake in the business.
2, 1, ignition. Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
A Blue Origin rocket lifted off, carrying pop star Katy Perry and company founder Jeff Bezos' fiancée, Lauren Sanchez, on a trip to the edge of space and back. The flight lasted roughly 11 minutes for a quick experience of weightlessness. The flight was also part of Blue Origin's space tourism model. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
It is a rich person's sport at this stage. With the bigger picture, if you accept it, that they want to demonstrate that in the future, whatever timeline that is, space will be more accessible to everyday people.
That's Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. Blue Origin does not disclose its price for a seat on one of its tourism flights. Rival space tourism company Virgin Galactic charges around $600,000 for a similar experience. The other members on board included CBS's Gayle King and producer Carrie Ann Flynn. Goldman Sachs stock traders posted their highest quarterly revenue haul on record, riding a wave of volatility triggered by an emerging global trade war that's roiled financial markets. Equity trading revenue rose 27% from a year earlier to almost $4.2 billion for the first 3 months of the year. They also approved a share buyback program of up to $40 billion. Bloomberg's Shonali Basak has more.
David Solomon not mentioning tariffs in the quotes, but saying that they are in the second quarter with a markedly different operating environment than earlier this year. The main question will be, can they continue these trading gains as the environment turns?
Bloomberg's Shonali Basak. The results build on momentum from last week when Goldman peers, including JP Chase and Morgan Stanley, also notched record stock trading hauls for the period. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission is finally having its day in court against Meta Platforms, arguing that the company must be broken up for illegally monopolizing the social media market after buying Instagram and WhatsApp more than a decade ago. The FTC's opening salvo began today in Washington before Chief Judge James Boasberg in a case that's been years in the making. And the man accused of setting fire to the Pennsylvania governor's mansion is being treated at a hospital after an unrelated medical event. Authorities say Cody Balmer had planned to beat Governor Josh Shapiro with a small sledgehammer early yesterday. A police affidavit released Monday says Balmer of Harrisburg admitted to harboring hatred toward Shapiro, but didn't explain why. That's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Erica Herskowitz, and this is Bloomberg.
ओके गाइस, क्रूड ऑयल में ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट होने वाला है। मार्केट देखो क्लोजिंग पर है, 1 घंटा और रह गया है, अभी तक मोमेंटम ही नहीं आया। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवे चला गया सपोर्ट पे, तो ओवरनाइट होल्ड मत करना, बुक द प्रॉफिट फुल, ठीक है। बाकी कल देखेंगे। अब मुझे लगता नहीं अब मोमेंटम ज़्यादा कुछ होने वाला है क्रूड ऑयल में और नेचुरल गैस में। हो सकता है थोड़ा बहुत आ जाए मोमेंटम नेचुरल गैस में, अदरवाइज बुक करना चाहो तो बुक कर लो क्रूड में, ठीक है। थोड़ा टारगेट बड़ा है, लगभग 80 पॉइंट, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, यस, अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 76 पॉइंट का टारगेट है। 45 पॉइंट मूव कर चुका है। लेट्स सी ऊपर जाते हैं, जाता नहीं तो बुक करना चाहो तो कर सकते हैं। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल साइडवे चला गया, नो मोमेंटम ऑन सपोर्ट। लेट्स सी ब्रेक करता है या फिर और मूव करता है फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर जोन। ये मोमेंटम होना होता तो हो चुका होता, अभी तक इतना देर नहीं लगती है प्राइस में। ये सेलिंग का ट्रेड अच्छा था, उसके बाद किसी ने ऊपर से नेचुरल गैस को सेल किया होगा, उनको भी अच्छा ट्रेड मिला होगा। ये फिर कल मिलेंगे। कोई क्वेश्चन है तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हो। कल मार्केट ओपन है, बिल्कुल ओपन है। कल कल है एक डेटा, कल एक डेटा तो है शेड्यूल। इम्पोर्टेंट उतना नहीं है बट थोड़ा बहुत कह सकते हैं इम्पोर्टेंट है फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। निफ्टी देख लो कहाँ पर है अभी फिलहाल के लिए। गिफ्ट निफ्टी के अकॉर्डिंग पता चल जाएगा मार्केट गैप अप हो रहा है, गैप डाउन हो रहा है। देख लेते हैं एक बार गिफ्ट निफ्टी को। कल एक 6 PM पे शाम को डेटा है, एम्पायर स्टेट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स का डेटा है। थोड़ा बहुत गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करता है। कल 15 है ना। गिफ्ट निफ्टी को देखें एक बार, लेट्स सी गिफ्ट निफ्टी। हमारा मार्केट आज तो बंद ही था। गिफ्ट निफ्टी तो ओपन होगा डेफिनेटली। ठीक है, हमारा मार्केट देखोगे आज तो 14 है, मंडे मार्केट क्लोज 3 और 12 को ही मार्केट बंद था, तो 11 का जो क्लोज हुआ था हमारे अकॉर्डिंग हम उसको देखेंगे। 11 का जो क्लोज आया है ये है 11 का क्लोज आपका। 11 का क्लोज 315 टू 330 की कैंडल है, यहाँ पर क्लोज है। अभी के हिसाब से देखोगे तो वाव कितना ऊपर, ये तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही ऊपर दिखा रहा है, अच्छा खासा गैप अप दिखा रहा है। 320 पॉइंट अभी मार्केट पॉजिटिवली चल रहा है गिफ्ट निफ्टी। तो अगर इसी लेवल के आसपास अर्ली मॉर्निंग ओपन होता है, अच्छा खासा गैप अप देखने के लिए मिलेगा। बाकी थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ गई तो फिर थोड़ा कम देखने के लिए मिल सकता है, बट मैं एटलीस्ट मान के चल रहा हूँ 200 पॉइंट से तो ज़्यादा का ही गैप अप देखने के लिए मिलेगा, उसके नीचे ना आए तो। हाँ नेचुरल गैस में बुक कर लो, मैंने बता दिया। कर सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल में करना चाह रहे हो तो अभी तक मोमेंटम होना होता हो चुका होता। 45 पॉइंट मिल चुके हैं, थोड़ा टारगेट 70 पॉइंट का था, आया नहीं वहाँ तक एग्जैक्टली। कैंडल देख के लग रहा है कि इस मोमेंटम होने वाला भी नहीं है, किसी शायद न्यूज़ का वेट हो रहा है। और कोई डेटा तो नहीं है, अब मंडे को ही देखेंगे। क्रूड ऑयल भी सुपर साइडवेज हो गया बिल्कुल। क्रूड ऑयल में फिर भी जब तक ये नीचे नहीं जाता सपोर्ट ही माना जाएगा अभी भी। नेचुरल गैस ने काफ़ी देर होल्ड करने की कोशिश करी, नहीं रुक पाया। ये तो नहीं है इसका रीजन। नहीं, ओवरलोड देखोगे तो 4% डाउन है ऑलमोस्ट नेचुरल गैस। लगता है नीचे आके ही मानेगा 287। क्रूड ऑयल, अगर क्रूड ऑयल नहीं रुकता है यहाँ पर तो कहाँ तक आ सकता है? देखो अगर ये नहीं रुका मान लो करंट जोन के आसपास ना, और रिवर्सल नहीं देता है, तो मार्केट के नीचे के ऑप्शन और ओपन हो जाते हैं, विच इज़ अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। एक बार देख लेते हैं कहाँ तक गिर सकता है अदरवाइज। देखो यहाँ तक नहीं आया तो फिर 5150 160 के रास्ते ओपन हो जाएंगे बहुत ही आसानी से। वैसे तो वहाँ पर ही मार्केट सपोर्ट ले चुका है, बट फिर वही एक मेन सपोर्ट बचता है मार्केट के पास, क्योंकि मार्केट ने वहाँ पर एक हायर हाई बनाया है तो वो अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है। एक बार यहाँ पर आया था आपका 11 अप्रैल को, हाई बनाया, दोबारा आया हायर हाई बनाया, तो वो अभी भी इंटैक्ट है। अगर यहाँ पर नहीं रुका तो फिर नीचे वही 5150 इजीली आ जाएगा। Market sideways, complete sideways.
And studying what is happening in China right now, we're astonished at what's happening from an innovation point of view. When the government here put out an objective,
yes,
the entrepreneurial zeal of the people.
The president now warning that tariffs are coming for phones and consumer electronics, downplaying a pause as merely a procedural step. China, meanwhile, hiking its own tariffs to 125% while calling Trump's actions a joke and showing no signs that it's ready to negotiate. We're at the outlook for global logistics too, speaking exclusively with the DHL Group CEO, Tobias Mayer.
Take a look at how Asian futures are setting up right now, pointing to the upside early in the Asian session as we continue to watch the offshore yuan holding at that 728 level against the U.S. dollar. Remember, 4 weeks of losses already for the Chinese currency, both onshore and offshore. We have seen central bankers, both from China, Korea, Japan, everyone gathering in Malaysia just to discuss these tariff implications for monetary policy. Nikkei futures pointing to the upside of 0.6%. We heard from Japanese officials saying that they will not be using the potential of offloading treasuries in these tariff negotiations going forward. Remember, there was a lot of speculation, of course, on what China might do with their purchases of treasuries that really spooked the treasury markets as well. And Heidi, we saw those losses last week when it comes to U.S. sovereign debt.
Take a look at how we're setting up when it comes to U.S. futures. And, of course, there are signs that this move upwards when it comes to U.S. equity futures as a result of this idea of some of these exemptions. President Trump, of course, now pushing back against that narrative, saying that it's just more of a procedural step, that this could see that rally fade quite quickly. A little bit firmer, so we are seeing that relief that smartphones, electronics are being exempt at this point, that tariff stay applying. But it does look like they're looking at those supply chains, and that could very much impact the next move that we see ahead. We are looking at Asian stocks, though, as you say, particularly those electronics and tech-related names, seeing at least a boost in today's trading session. Let's get more on that top story. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the White House is with us. Garfield Reynolds leads our Markets Live Asia coverage out of Sydney. Our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Angle, is joining us out of Hong Kong. Great to have you all. Tyler, let me start off with you. What did we actually hear from President Trump in terms of these exemptions that he doesn't really want to be characterized as exemptions, and how permanent or impermanent could they be?
Yeah, so President Trump is saying that, quote, no one is off the hook, as it does appear that these tech imports will be subject to a Section 232 investigation, which could take weeks or months. So it's unclear how long that reprieve will actually be in place. We have to keep in mind the original executive order that President Trump signed on April 2nd always excluded things like chips, lumber, copper, pharmaceuticals, these industries that could be subject to Section 232 tariffs on the basis of national security concerns down the line. It now appears that these tech imports, including consumer electronics, will now fall under the umbrella of the sector-specific tariffs instead of the umbrella of the so-called reciprocal tariff plan. We heard President Trump saying that they're just moving these tariffs from one bucket to another bucket. Now, with that said, when this White House has invoked Section 232 before, including for steel and aluminum tariffs, on auto tariffs, they put into place a 25% baseline tariff when it comes to that. So let's say, just for the argument that potentially that could be the tariff rate that goes into place on these chips and these chip supply chain products that go into them, that would be lower than what they were facing, including that now 145% tariff across the board when it comes to China.
What do you think happens to the cost profile in the next few years?
I'm going to give you a prediction that will sound counterintuitive and surprising. I think in 5 years, the total cost will be 1% of today's cost.
Wow.
Well, it's unclear how long this reprieve will last, because it does appear that these tech imports will be subject to a Section 232 investigation, which could take weeks or even months. We have to keep in mind that when President Trump signed that initial executive order on April 2nd, it always excluded chips, as well as some other key industries like lumber, pharmaceuticals, and copper that could be subject to Section 232 tariffs on the basis of national security concerns. It now appears that these other tech imports, including consumer electronics, will fall under the sector-specific umbrella umbrella instead of the so-called reciprocal plan umbrella. As you said, President Trump just saying that this moved from one bucket to another. Now, with that said, when this White House has invoked Section 232 before, including on steel and aluminum imports, auto imports, they've implemented a 25% tariff rate. Let's just say, for the sake of the example, that ends up what goes into effect. That would be considered to be at least an initial victory for big tech, because that is so much lower than what could have been the now 145% tariff in across the board when it comes to Chinese imports. But still, some really big questions here, not just on the timeline uncertainty, but also how is the White House going to look at the full scope of these electronics? For example, are they going to tariff the value of an iPhone on its whole, or are they going to tariff just the value of the chip inside of the iPhone? Questions like this are going to keep coming up. But John, I will just quickly add, the one thing that remains the through line here is that President Trump doubled down in his post that this really is about China, reiterating that all of these products are still subject to that 20% baseline tariff that Washington imposed back in February.